Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Happy Friday. Rough. Economic data this morning was nice. It hasn't done anything to improve the indices, but it looked nice. Two hours of sleep, lay down for 4 hours, and in and out of sleep. Who? Me? New Slipknot album that dropped. Nice. That speaker's saying a lot of bearish stuff. Gross. XRT puts we're seeing coming in get covered in October OPEX or November. The OI has been increasing for a lot of it's kind of front weighted, but right now the highest OI is on October 21st. A lot of it's today and next Friday. Decent amount of it in January. When it comes to Fubo, do you own Leaps? Yes. If so, why? You mentioned the call contracts on stocks, so the share price will $5 don't have the same improvement in potential. It's not that they don't have the same improvement potential, it's that you need a larger percentage gain to see a notional value improvement in the options. So they're far more likely to generate large amounts of volatility than they are to, create intrinsic value in their contracts. I own Leaps on Fubo, but at $5 and 2 years. Thanks, Apex. Good morning, Garrick. Could those puts on XRT you talked about in the daily DD have an impact on OPEX? I mean, maybe. The VTI puts that Turd was posting about being closed might have some effect on indices today, or maybe some sort of hedge against the JPM collar. You're saying the econ data was good, core was up, and so was consumption, but not as much, right? Like the rate of core inflation was lower than at the CPI report. Dixie at 115 would be nice today. We have Chicago PMI for September coming at 9:45. Yeah, the collar, the OI is there on the strikes this morning for SPX. So it looks like the collar is done rolling. Yeah, we know the collar rolled. It's a huge position. It's like 45,000 contracts at 3 different strikes. It's kind of hard to miss. Ding ding. Were you expecting SPY to end up or down today? We'll see. I think we'll probably start seeing puts roll off into the midday after 12. I don't know why everyone's so focused on PCE. Like, who gives a fuck about PCE? It's just a random basket of shit that they buy every month. And they go, oh, this is more expensive than the month before it, or it's less expensive than the month before it. It's a super biased study. And its effect on markets is minimal. Like, personal spending is far fucking more important today than PCE. Upstart bottomed out the other day, or more room for downside? I mean, it could still go down. It's stable in this low range. Please remind me of the collar dates and range. They're all for December 31st. I don't know what else you want. You want me to give you all the strikes and the dates? Why don't you just look it up yourself? Just look up JPM color, Greg. Do you want me to show you how to do it? Jesus fucking Christ. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for all you do. May the Tendy Man shower us in tendies. Also, didn't JPAS say in his last speech he would look at core PCE to determine future rate hikes? They've already determined future rate hikes. He said they like to use PCE as a guideline. CPI and PPI are still far more important. The Fed also said they don't look at any one data point. I can't figure out if he's trolling me because of the stream title. Already trying to drive people away. Gonna be a good day. I'm pumped. Me too. Up north near Canada for the weekend. No reception. Completely disconnected from the world. Have a great weekend. You too, man. I believe Rev may be dead, and as such, I'm doubling down. Nice, John Spores. What's up for Pi-Fi on Friday night in New York City? I don't really have any plans for tonight. I'll probably just try to get some work done. I've been kind of busy all week this week, so there's a bunch of things I want to do. On options straight sell 450 4505 C. Okay, I'm not reading that again. I've already read the collar like 15 times. No, they're betting on the range of the index trading between 4135 and 3480. DMs. What do you got, Zakir? Also, good job being alive. What have you done? Oh no. You did the Florida man thing? Do you guys all do this? That doesn't look nearly as bad as the original video. Is that you? Is that you in a wig? Why do you have a fucking outfit for this? Jesus Christ. That's secure. Because it won't let me rotate it. America? Fuck yeah. What's on hearing? Don't be a bitch. How else are you supposed to experience it? Oh no, GME is sad. Aw, look at it's droopy. Fuck that bitch ass hurricane. When VIX at 70. VIX is still just at 32. It's really not going up a lot the last few days. I mean, it's staying up, but it's not moving up a lot. Thoughts on hyperinflation, DD? I haven't seen it, Bob. UK not in a recession, according to revised quarter 2 GDP numbers. Bull market time now? US not in a recession, according to government officials. Will SPY hold 360 today? Puts taking profits, but no one wants to hold over the weekend. A lot of them expire today. So holding over the weekend's not even an option. Hold on. I've got to watch SPX because I need to set stops on these. How to tell if my financial streamer is cheating on me? Accepting put capitulation towards the end of the day. Entering positions midday. I mean, I already have long positions. I'm probably not going to get any more. I actually have way too many. Oh, come on, don't stomp me out that low. You piece of shit. All right. Well, that was fun. Spy bounce, we'll see. 500x Jan Rev 35's enough to not work again if they hit modestly. Oh, I mean, if they hit, that's a perfectly reasonable number of them. Have you picked up profits on them before? It's usually not very hard. They spike for quite a while, and then huge chunks of them start selling off. But they're far enough dated that the increase in IV remains for a little bit. They're not that hard to get out of. Explain how do. IV goes up, right? And then you sell them. So when they're more money than you bought them for, popcorn trader. I know that's a hurdle for you. No, not that. What? Not that. How do? How do what? How do you do? Oh, I do well. Thank you for asking. What's up, Bob P? Putin with wild rhetoric this morning during his speech. Okay. Did he say anything relevant? Or is it just like, is he doing more like North Korea posturing? No. Is anybody here in Russia? Can you go to the next speech holding a win UN rice sign? Do these upstart October 2135C even have a shot of going back above 0.2? They just love to go down and make me sad. Probably not, but we'll see. Something along the lines of Russian garbling, cat to the moon, Russian garbling. School of Stock have straddle and strangle concepts? No. What are you struggling with the concept of straddles and strangles? Yep, still bullish on Rev. When Putin ending his speech with Rev lipstick ad? PMI miss. How badly? The Chicago one? Oof. That's kind of rough. Buy more puts. What's the level here? I don't want to just have random ones. 32, 30? Can I get 32, 30 or 36 30s? 36, 30. I want them out of the money. Well, may not get them out of the money. Looks like no one gives a flying fuck about the Chicago Fed report. I should have some puts though, just in case. Okay. Buy puts for what? SPX. Got stopped out of Apple and Cat yesterday. Decent window to re-enter, or better to just wait until past the weekend for theta and bounce confirmation. I mean, that depends, right? If you wait for a bounce confirmation, you're gonna have to pay more for contracts. But if you enter now and indices slip over the weekend, you're gonna eat a loss, right? So you've got to weigh that on your own, man. You need a flashing Vegas style marquee at the bottom of the screen that says still bullish on Rev. Hmm. What's the market forecast looking like today? Downs until puts get closed out. Thanks and have a great weekend. Maybe in the same range until puts get closed out. We're filling a tiny little gap here right now. But our low may have been yesterday. We'll find out, obviously. What was yesterday's low? Was it 610? Yeah. To stop at 36.24. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage these puts. Is it not going to fill the gap? Can you be in a fucking breathing room? Yeah, that'll be okay. Good chance we hear absolutely nothing the day of the Rev delisting hearing. Yes. They have up to 45 days to come up with their decision. Fuba's not getting delisted. I wonder how this might affect SST being a UK company. Is SST even a real company? Like, I didn't think that we bought any. Were we buying SST for the value in their online advertising platform? Because that's the kind of company that's like run out of like a donut shop in Southampton. Is that a place? Sounds British. T-list, Carl. Gotta head out and keep cleaning up from the storm, but finally have a signal and wanted to let you know we survived. Good luck today to everyone. Thanks, Secure. Good luck to you too, man. Have fun cleaning up. Also, consider other states to live in. So you can stop toying with my emotions. SST is British? I never would have bought in. I don't think they are. Daily iLag plug. Okay, thanks for listening. No problem. Why are people in on that? Because I used it as an example of illiquidity in the market. It just run that day. It was just like a low float stock that was up a bunch. Carlo is a deepfake shill implant set to gather info to provide to the one true king, James. Clap them cheeks, Roland. Oh, fuck off, Carl. Cost basis is 260. On what? iLag? Oh yeah. I actually have the Greeks atomic. I just forgot to turn them on. I put them in the daily. What the fuck is it? There it is. Is that right? Yeah, I updated it already. I just forgot to turn them on. Thank you for reminding me, man. My 30 CCs for next week safe now? You said they weren't earlier this week. No, they're not safe. I mean, no covered call is safe. They're riskier, right? Because of the net negative gamma hedge. What do you mean actual Greeks? Wait, what? These numbers are different. What the hell was that? Oh, I have the bad ones. Oh, okay. What happened? Did it like not update properly? I'll have to update the daily. 1 second. Uh, Wait, those are the ones in the daily. This is blowing my mind. No, okay. No worries. VIX 28 puts with 26 DTE, too far out of the money. I don't know. I'm targeting 30. 28's 26 DTE. 28's probably okay. Um, how much more Oxy can Buffett buy before the company would say anything? He's at 20% right now. 20%'s a decent amount. How much are Fubo 4s? $2 each? Jesus Christ. Man, they're really not fucking pricing in Delta on these zero DTEs at all. Spy's just ripping. I'm not bullish yet because all of my calls are 36.50 and above. I'm officially a cat simp boy now. Cat's amazing. What's it doing? Is it just going to the moon right now? Hey, look, Visa's up. Did anybody notice Visa just didn't go down yesterday with the rest of the market? Visa leading indicator. People leaning on their credit cards a lot. To be fair, higher consumer demand is better for Visa, and seasonally they do well through like the holidays. No, because well, Visa makes most of their money from payment processing, Carl, which a lot of people don't know. A lot of people think Visa like issues credit cards or provides credit. They're a payment processing company. Like credit cards and stuff are, issued on Visa's payment system, but they're like the debt is the responsibility of the issuing party, like the bank or um what is this? This is disturbing, Fluffy. This is the most sexually charged bull image I've ever seen. V equals transaction skimmer, yeah. No one here has ever run a business, apparently. That bull needs lipstick. I agree. Consumer sentiment a bit lower. Let's see. 58.6. Okay, projection was 59.5, but above the previous. So, like, it didn't hit expectations, but consumer sentiment's still up. F363 SPY 0 DTE call. Should I hold for a bounce? I mean, when you have 0 DTEs and they go in the money, you generally don't hold them. Because the second they go out of the money, the theta just beats the shit out of them. SPX Gex? Let me take a look. I didn't get a chance to look yet this morning. I know it was improved last night, but that was before the OI update came in. So much more positive Gex on the chain. However, breaking 36.55 and 36.60 is going to be a bit difficult. If we do, almost straight to 3,700. The Gex flip point moved down to 38.52. A lot of that's with the collar being rolled. And skew adjusted gamma exposure is negative 8.313 billion. With total Nave Gex being negative 29 billion per dollar. Or per 1%. How much is it per dollar? 800 million per $1 move. Still bullish on Apple 150C. Yeah. Lipstick variant and GM. Oh, Jesus Christ. You've put the lipstick in the wrong place, Fluffy. That's... No. No, we're not doing that. How hard can they short Rev now ETF theory? How is the ETF theory wrong? What ETF theory on Rev? That they were using Revlon ETFs? How's that wrong? Only one ETF can't short it hard. It wasn't shorted hard. Did you see how much volume traded on it over the last fucking week? It's still in mutual funds, man. If the market drops fucking 800 basis points, mutual funds are still going to sell off their positions in it. And it doesn't take a lot of volume to bring the price down or up. It would be trading way more volume if there were more active funds involved. It's not, it's supposedly not in any ETFs. But I think there's ways around that. Or at least a loophole that can be exploited there. And we think they might be doing something similar on DDS as well in order to get liquidity, but that's not really something we can prove. Apple Vega neutral still 146. I could tell you. Apple's Vega neutral is 148.39. Gamma neutral is 155.58. Delta neutral 149.98. Gamma max 183.89. Apple's really close to having its like Gex flip positive. How's it doing this morning, by the way, with the market moving up a bit? Starting to do a little better. Not a lot, though. GME utilization's up again. Back more in like that normal range above. I think it went above 50 this morning. Just below 50, 49.78. Hey, Dominic, what's up, man? Did you miss anything? Not really. PCE was up a tiny bit. Personal spending was up a little. Chicago manufacturing was kind of shitty, and then Michigan consumer confidence was up a tiny bit, but not as much as expectations. If Revlon's delisting hearing goes well and it's not delisted, how many shares do you suspect ETFs have to pick up to add Rev back? Well, it's roughly the same price it was right now as when it got removed from the ETFs. So I would say probably the same amount that was like weighted before. I mean, it depends on price, right? Obviously, it's not going to be exactly the same, but whatever its weight in the indices it's in is, that's how much they'll buy relative to the size of their fund. I broke 60 today. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not us buying those. Just FYI. SPX already tapped 3650. It got rejected. We'll see if it pushes up again. Upstart's so volatile. Well, they can't short it without a pre-borrow agreement, right? So, you know, the more they want to short, the more they make the market maker long puts, right? Or short puts. So, yeah, the more they short, the more volatility it'll drive. That's why it's so exciting that it's still on reg show after the 13-day period. Can someone tell me Gamma Max? The screen is low resolution and it's fuzzy. That's rude. At 3292. What were your thoughts on economic numbers today? Impact on markets? Pretty low impact, just across the board. I think PCE was up a tiny bit, but not obviously not accelerating at the same rate as CPI was on the last report. Consumer personal spending was up, but also marginally. Um, Personal income slightly up as well. I didn't hear the Fed speeches, so I have no idea, but I assume moderately hawkish. Chicago PMI was a really bad miss, but no one seemed to give a shit about it. And then Michigan consumer sentiment was up like a little positive, but barely. So none of the numbers moving particularly far out of range. FTD data is out. Cool. Tell the person to click the gear icon and change the resolution in the settings. Oh, I don't know how to do that. What's your price target on the upside of Upstart? I don't know. Up? I have a few price targets. Thanks, Atomic. We'll find out in a minute, Sloppy Poppy. Probably not very high. Revlon hasn't had a lot of volume. If it doesn't have volume, it's not going to generate a lot of FTDs. If it's generating large numbers of fails on no volume, then I'm buying a lot more of it. Veru's cooking today. I mean, it's doing okay. Sega's starting to move up a bit again. Oh, Sega got a new DoD contract for 10.7 million of oral TPOX. About $5.1 million will be delivered in 2022. Contract follows an award made earlier this year to procure $7.4 million of royalty bucks. That's interesting. That's good news for Sega. Is that going to cause another run on it? And the market's sad again. We'll see. Slowly moving up. How are futures looking? Dixie's back at 112. NASDAQ up 0.8. R2K up 0.80. 80 points. Futures. Ooh. T-bonds are moving up nicely. Oil's fucking getting slammed again. Is it recovering at all? 79. Ooh, what's Oxy at today? AMD looks good today. Probably later today it'll look better. It's doing alright. AMD's got to be getting really close to... Hold on. Or is it just trading below Vega neutral? Yeah, AMD's like way below Vega neutral. Holy shit. Is Gamma Max rocketing? Slightly positive. I wonder if I should buy more 70s on this. Still seeing a lot of put OI that falls off end of the week. Yes. Guessing that has more implications next week than this one. I mean, it can have implications today if they start closing early. But yeah, anything exercised will have settlement next week. How's it possible for Rev to generate a large number of FTDs on no volume? It's not really. If it is, I mean, then it's even more illiquid than we initially assumed. Do you think SPX will recover more quickly with all these blue chips bottoming out? No? Blue chips grinding down is what's dragging the indices down. Will JPM collar affect VIX at all? I mean, if the market goes up, yes. If the market restabilizes in the new range they've set, then yeah, volatility will go down if the market's rising. Do you put much weight into days to cover on GME being parabolic on Ortex? No, I think Ortex is bullshit. Also, like, what exactly is their days to cover metric? Like, what does it even mean? Like, there's some sort of time limit for how long you can be short something? But short volume traded is meaningless. This could be covered same day. You can't take like short volume traded over a single day and make any assumptions based off of it. They base it off average volume. It just seems like volume's down, so it's rocketing. If they're just basing it off average volume. You said last week that SPY falls into OPEC cycles in a bear market. Is that because people stop buying the index and play more options? Yes. More hedges, fewer people dumping their liquidity into equities. So people holding, not buying, and hedging with options. XRT still on Reg Show? I think so. The number of puts on XRT over the last 2 days has increased massively, which is a really good sign. I get it, quick name. What a useless metric though. Fubo almost at 1.8 million volume. Pre 4-1 split. That would be a lot less if it had also had a split. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think Fubo's reverse split in the past. I wonder if you could introduce me to this lovely new lady you have up on the screen. It's a lipstick bowl for Revlon. Is this amazingly low and consistent volume on Rev a concern for you? Yeah, leading up to the delisting hearings. I've been reading on what can make it delist and ways to go, but still, no. I mean, no institutions are gonna fuck with Revlon until after the delisting hearing, right? And anybody short Revlon or short volatility on Revlon right now, A, wants volatility to go down, um, and B, doesn't want to generate a lot of fucking volume. Because if they generate a lot of volume, they're gonna create a lot of fails again. But it also traps positions that may want to cover or get out because in order to do that, they need to generate a lot of volume. It's like what they do on GameStop, right? Except way more condensed. And if possible, on a stock with even less interest. Now let's milk that bull for everything he's got. Run, Rev, run. What's up, bipolar? Hey, Gert, just tuned in. Sorry if you already talked about it. What do you think about the JPM collar roll going into the next few weeks? Usually it's really bullish. It usually leads to a lot of since it's not so much that the collar gets rolled, right? It's that everything that's trying to play the collar closes out. Right. So you get this, it's like a massive wave of capitulation. I would say that the people trying to make bets on JPM's collar are probably notionally larger than the collar itself. Like everyone knows about it. It's it's an equity fund, and their strategy is like fully transparent, so it's not hidden from anyone. And it's a really easy way to play, fucking what, $5-6 billion moving around in the market at once. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in its own way. I'm doing 14K upstart candle. Ooh. It keeps doing these. Sava 0 DTEs? Um, where is Sava? I know a lot of people wanted to buy puts on that earlier this week. Yeah, I guess that wasn't a good idea. Hmm. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, you could. Today's T+2. How much are they? Is it even worth it? It's kind of worth it. I'm gonna play it. It looks fun. Up squart. I can't keep up with all this shit. Oh, nice. No, no, no. I didn't say XRT puts selling off. XRT puts are picking up, not selling off. Opposite. I was trading SPX different than the SPY. I mean, it's more expensive. A lot of the open puts on XRT are for today and for October 7th. A big chunk of the OI. But they can roll that forward, so like trying to chase the OI on XRT is not a great idea. Yeah, popcorn trader. If your broker doesn't allow you to trade 0 DTEs, it still lets you do SPX. Yeah. It doesn't let you do SPY? Nice bounce there. Come on, you can do it. Yes! Fuck yes! I waited all week for this piece of shit to bounce a little bit. I am invincible. No, not shirt off. Shirts off at 3,900 or 4,000. 4,000. Midwest home at 3,700. BBBY dead in the water since RC dipped out. I mean, yeah. I don't know what people want me to say. It's a shit company. It had some potential with RC kind of steering the course, but he's fucking gone. So, and the people that are left are the people that were there before, and they suck. They suck at running the company. Do you hate BBBY or BBY more? There's no comparison between the two. One of those is a company that makes money and does pretty well. The other is not. No, he has 3 board members. And boards don't run companies, right? It's not like he installed a CEO or anything. RC is a hacktivist investor. I asked you about BXC a while ago. I'm kind of seeing a small bounce play on the 1 day. Thoughts? I'll take a look at it for you. Ooh, Dole's looking kind of good. really close to earnings. I mean, you're just playing earnings at this point, right? Small bounce play? I mean, it's already bouncing. Like if you're going that far in, it's already bouncing. And yeah, if the market moves up, it probably will too. So sure, but it looks like it doesn't move up very fast. So you may want a little bit of theta on that. A rising tide lifts all boats, but it lifts some more than others. Gonna lift Apple back to 160 end of day? I don't know about that. Apple is green on the day now, which is nice. 45s are still really, really kind of attractive. 150s are good too if you give yourself some time. Ooh. A rising squart lifts all stocks. What's better on Fubo? For writing weekly contracts? For what writing weekly contracts? Getting assigned on CSPs and writing calls? Or just rolling in the money CSPs out a week? I've just been strangling it. I posted the 2 strangles I have out on Fubo right now in the Discord Cobra. How can a rising tide lift a boat more than another? Don't worry about it. It's the way it works. SPX puts starting to bail. We're still a little low for full on bailing, but yes. Yeah, I know Apple had some negative news recently, but negative news on Apple generally doesn't affect it for very long. And consumer confidence is up a tiny bit today. I'm still having trouble getting Google to work. How do I search how to get 10K back from the stock market? You call your broker and ask for a refund? There's a decent chance GME 7/28 will print. What the fuck is a 7/28? Like a $28 call, but what's the 7? TQQQ 2250cc safe for 10/21. No. Also, why would you buy TQQQ? Have you fallen into the trap of selling covered calls on leveraged ETFs? It's a losing proposition over time. The highest I've ever seen VIX go? Oh, fuck. I don't know. probably like 80. I think it was like 86 or something. I don't remember what UVXY hit. But I've seen it hit 50 and 80. It was fucking crazy. Cat kind of chilled today. For now. It's up. Must be 10-7. 10-7, $28 calls. I mean, you're still very reliant on the index improving, but yeah, you could. I literally just bought SOXL. Well, it's a so it's a depreciating asset, and you're selling covered calls against it. So no matter what, right, over time, the value of your initial investment is dropping. So you have a stock price that's in a constant here. So you have a stock price that over time follows a rate of decline, right? And you're selling covered calls above it. Does that make sense? Like you sell covered calls because you're bullish on a stock. It's not it's not like a bearish bet, right? Like you own the fucking stock. And if you're buying if you're like doing buy rights on something like TQQQ, you want to be assigned very, very quickly. You don't want to sell like contracts on it forever because over time the asset itself depreciates. Does that make sense? Why do you use SPX for straddles? It moves more. Notionally. Much larger moves than SPY. So yeah, you're paying, at the money, you're paying like 5,000 per contract, right? And this is like your profit range. And SPX is far more likely to move hard in one direction or the other in that period of time. Whereas like, on the SPY, say you're paying like 300 a contract or 500, same amount of time. Let's say you're paying 500 a contract. It may not move enough in either direction to cover the short leg. Because remember, on a straddle, before you start profiting, first you have to pay for the opposing leg. I'm not. It's not that they're bad on on SPY. It's just they're better on SPX. He can afford to. Yeah. Selling calls isn't full bull. It's not full bull, but it's still bullish, right? Because you still own the underlying, which is massively more expensive than the premium you're receiving for selling a call. I haven't sold any GME. Is the benefit of using SPY over XSP the more significant volume? Well, it's less gappy. It's cheaper, and sometimes on SPY you can get more leverage for less money. It wouldn't be the same because to be the same, you'd have more leverage risk on the SPY, right? DMs, DMs, DMs. All right, relax, Carl. What do you got? Ooh, stuff. What's this? Ooh, Revlon started failing again on 9/12. 9/13, 13% failed to volume. 9/12, 22% failed to volume. Dope. Wait, what's this? Upstart. Oh, fuck. Huh. It's kind of a really high fail to volume ratio for something with such a large float. 10, 17, 13, 12, 7, 16, 10, 8, 7, 1, 7, 6. I wish we had September OPEX also. God, I fucking hate these. Why can't they just give them to us every day? It's failing a lot of volume on really low volume. It looks like, it kind of looks like they tried to get it or stop it from going on Reg Show leading into the second. Like they were trying really hard to get it off on like August 4th, August 3rd. And then ultimately they failed to keep it off of Reg Show by the second. And they just started failing so much. That's fucking awesome. Nice. Well, I feel a lot better about my fucking November, December, and January calls. October upscore? Maybe. It's going to be kind of unpredictable, but the more pressure applied to it, the better. Thanks for doing those, Carl. Remember when quantitative easing was a good idea? They should do it again. Now I just need to harass Daniel Taylor for the Fintel info and I'll be unstoppable. Yes. Yeah, you can pin it in general if you want for now. Hold on one second. I'm just checking something real quick. If Upstart VUP starts to 35 example, would you sell in the money CCs or just sell the stock outright? Where could it dip to once the VUPportunity has VUP'd its pants? I mean, if it goes up 100%, I'll sell in the money covered calls. So if it moves up from like, well, 100% above my cost basis, so it'd have to hit 48 for me to consider selling in the money CCs. Because I would sell them at my cost basis, right? That's how you get free shares of shit. All right. Vixie and UVXY Jan 23 calls. Did you buy VIX 90 and UVXY 75? Or buy lower strikes? Help. Thanks, Carl. I wouldn't buy either of those right now. Why would you buy them while VIX is spiked? Wait for VIX to drop. And then those are way too fucking far out of the money. It's ridiculous. Can you teach us how to use zero DTE spy calls and how to predict a large rise in price? No. Upstart Gamma Max? $31.89. Ooh, my VIX puts are almost in the money. Are you still bullish on stocks? Yeah, I still like them. Some of them. Jan 2023 calls for GME have comparable value to the Rev Jan 2023 35C. As in, IV plays with surprisingly good delta in your view. I mean, the delta is because of the theta. IV's a little high for me right now to be buying GME leaps. But yeah, some of them are pretty attractive. Like the 40 and the 45 I like a lot. 30s if they were cheaper. Right now, not really. Yeah, that's probably about it. I don't really once it starts going below like 0.25, I'm not such a big fan. You have 30p for VIX like me? Yeah. Do you think that data release will cause Upstart's price to jump? I mean, Upstart's it's it's doing things. Serious question. Win PiFi hedge fund. What will be the minimum investment? Take my money and work your magic. Okay, here's the deal, right? If I wanted to start a fund, like a hedge fund, you have to be an accredited investor to participate in a hedge fund. They're considered a high risk investment vehicle. So I'd have to find a way of creating a hedge fund that's open to the pores because I would say 99% of you are not accredited investors. Um, that's a tougher challenge. What upstart contracts are you liking right now? I have 30s and 35s for, well, I have 35s for October, but I have 30s and 35s for November. I know. And I have November 1840s and December 50s. Or no, sorry, December 40s, January 50s. Is 30 days or 45 days the big theta rate increase? 20. I know it's constant, but is there a general safer theta time above 90 DTE? 90 to 180. The rate of theta decay is extremely low at that point. What are the Greeks for M? Are they pretty much the same as what you gave us at the beginning of the week? Probably. I'll see if there's been any big changes. Yeah, nothing huge. Delta neutral's rising. Delta neutral's 17. GN at 1550. So it's trading, it's still bouncing on gamma neutral. Um, Gamma max is at 2156. Vega neutral's at 1799. So below, it's below Vega neutral, above gamma neutral, below delta neutral. We need to find language that supports discredited investors, and then we're good. Thanks, Seacraft. $250K for accredited investors. It's actually up to the vehicle you're investing in if they'll like approve you or not. But there are minimums. You should open up an ETF called Meat Kevin, and you only invest in companies that sell meat or meat products. Interesting. Like a beef exchange? I would call it hot beef, like HTBF. Can you sponsor my Series 7? No? I'm not an institution. You can do the like Series 65 and you can do the Series 65 without a sponsor. I think the 63 doesn't require a sponsor either. Yeah, Series 63 and 65 don't require a sponsor. Series 7 does. Accredited investors, same thing like lying on the Fidelity options application. No. Will your Reddit DDs count as investor communication reports to the SEC, or do you need to give them Dillionaire access? I don't know. There's no porn on Dillionaires, so I'd imagine they wouldn't be very interested in it. It actually doesn't look like there's a ton of options volume on Upstart at all right now. It just looks like some active fund pressure and some hedging as it moves closer to the $22 strike. That was me, Idaho beef. I said hot beef. None of the 6 series have a sponsor? Okay. They're all super fucking easy tests. I've seen some of the stupidest people I know pass them. Is it illegal to lie on the Fidelity application? No, Fidelity will tell you to lie on it if you want to. Their customer service has straight up told people to lie on it before. Um, it's like a disclaimer, right? Like you're saying I have the experience and can accept the risks involved in trading options, and that way they can't be sued, right? So kind of like I'm trying to think of a good correlation for that. Oh, wink, wink. No, it's like when you go to the indoor trampoline park and they're like, if you die, it's not our fault. You know, a release of liability, if you will, on their part. Like they're doing their due diligence to provide you with options trading. In some cases, they will follow up and like ask for like financial statements or proof. I'm a trader with 1 billion assets under management and 90 years of experience with Fidelity. What's up, Warren Buffett? Can attest past Series 7 and 63 about a decade ago. Scary part is I know more from watching your channel than I ever did upon passing those tests. I guess that's a compliment. Thank you, good Godfrey. A liability, yeah, atomic liability waiver. You're still waiting for next week to get into GME positions. For ETF FTDs? Yeah. Yeah, I'm one of those eccentric billionaires who loves to trade options with a $10,000 account. 163K SPY candle noise. Yeah, SPY's doing really good. It's exciting. Is this the time you remind people of VIX hedges? Not yet, but soon. Hey Greg, this is another compliment. Have a nice weekend. Thanks, man. Upstart or Docu are more promising over the next 30 days. I mean, Upstart's obviously in a much more volatile situation than Docu is right now. Docu's probably better for after 30 days. Same here. Learned more in the last year watching you from passing the Series 6 and 63. Thanks, Garrick. No problem, man. If SPX sees a full-on bail on puts, how hard could it squirt? Pretty hard. Like 3,800 range. Same here. Do you think October 21 $30 calls are decent for ETF FTDs? I mean, as long as you're not buying them now and eating a shitload of theta, then they're probably not terrible, right? I mean, Jimmy's still below the price I sold my OPEX calls at, JC. Yeah, I know, Simon. 60 KOI on the Rev 35. Where do you think we're heading for SPY for the rest of the day? I got a couple in the money weeklies. I do too, I think. Well, I'm getting close. SPY's at 365. I have some 370s, 0 DTEs. 370s. We'll see if it hits it. How are my Upstart 2135Cs down on the day? I mean, volatility is not picking up a lot on it yet. But mine are up. Mine are, like, not a lot, but they're up. Jesus Christ. I put way too much money in cat. I was not doing math on that at all. Alright, well, it's up, I guess. What the fuck did I buy that? Oh. That's embarrassing. Anyway, how am I upstart 25? Bought Jan 23, 750 rev a while back. IBAKR is showing it as Jan 23 $0 call. Glitch? Maybe call them. I mean, there's no such thing as a $0 call. Was that one of the one of the contracts they closed out? The PCO contracts? Maybe that's why. How much of the OI from Rev 35 calls are from the pickle jar? I don't think a lot of it. Some of it is. I mean, there's a chunk of it that is ours, but it's definitely not all of it. Can you explain why so we can know when too much money in a play? So, I bought a larger block of Cat 165s than I thought I was buying. That's probably my own fault for not setting the auto buy orders properly after the last update. But I have 100 of them, which in the portfolio that's in is over 50%. I'm okay with it. They moved into the money, but I wasn't paying attention, I guess, when I bought them. Yeah, I meant to buy 10. It happens when you use hotkeys sometimes. I mean, I generally don't want any position to be more than 10% of the total portfolio value at any time. I try to avoid that unless, it's a long holding or I'm super, super confident in its trajectory. But whatever. I'll take it. Is that more JPM collaring? It might be other big quarterly hedges. But it does look like collaring, yeah. Theirs isn't the only one, it's just the biggest one. How many ports do you have and why? Well, I have, let's see, one, two, I have two WeBull portfolios, like four or five Fidelity portfolios. I have two at IBKR, one at Schwab, one at Tastyworks, and one at Vanguard. Different, mostly different options levels, but also different holdings, different types of holdings, like REITs and ETFs in one, dividend stocks in one, cover call stocks in one, long-term holdings in a couple of them, options accounts, like different options levels in those options accounts and different margin. Like IBKR, I have portfolio margin. But Tastyworks, I have the highest level options. And Tastyworks gives me more margin on less holdings than IBKR does, even with portfolio margin. A tasty trade, sorry. Tasty trade for they're very loose with the margin. So is TDA. I just don't like TDA. Can you check Tesla and see what a realistic price target is for today? I have 275, 0 DTEs. Let me look at my chart. $275, 0 DTEs. 276 isn't out of the question, but it's kind of unlikely. I'd say 272 or maybe like 270, 450. Provided the market continues to rise. It's like quite a little run it's already gone on, right? Vanguard, boo the boomer. I just put stuff in Vanguard that like I basically never touch. I have some GME in there. My Palantir's in there. Where do you have your ape shares? In the garbage can next to my desk. Do you need separate phone numbers for multiple WeBull accounts? Probably. I think this rally is pretty likely to continue into next week. If you were to sell GME covered calls today, first of all, GME would have to move up more for me to want to do it. Second of all, you would want to sell them pretty far out of the money, or at least decently above Gamma Max. Like the 33 to 35 range. We're not looking to sell anything. I'm not selling GME covered calls until the fucking hedge flips. If you're selling a few of them, you're not taking that much risk, but I have to take quite a lot of risk. I have to sell a bunch at once, and I may not get an opportunity until the ETF FTDs. Honestly. It's just not the same position, and so waiting for me to sell covered calls on GME is probably a huge mistake. I will probably get less for them, and miss several smaller covered call opportunities in the process of seeking the opportunity that I specifically want. Has GME ever hit GM not during OPEX? Yeah. in August of this year. The August ETF FTDs on August 8th. And then I think it almost hit it on the 16th, but it fell just a bit short. Let me see. Nope. Yeah, it hit it on the 16th, and the 17th it fell a bit short. On August 8th, it actually broke through Gamma Max. Gamma Max on August 8th was at 39.67, and we hit $47, which is about 15%. Rev 1027 hearing, we find out if delisted or not. No, that's for the bankruptcy. It's separate. Options trading is as cringe as Fidelity. Yeah. The only reason I've kept my Palantir in there is because I generally sell like 30 or 45 DTE calls on it. Like pretty far out. And then I don't give a shit if I get assigned. So I don't have to like monitor them. I just log in once every like month and a half. Do you have a PT for TQQQ over the next couple of weeks? I mean, it's just like it's just 3x the QQQ, right? With a constant rate of decay. Using technical analysis on those isn't that great. You should just have a target for a QQQ, but maybe 28, more likely like 25. Has Jimmy ever had Jim? Not during OPEX. Answer that. Do you ever open your brokerage account and look and think, why did I buy these calls? Yeah. No, I didn't see the Dahmer Netflix show. I really don't like the popularization of serial killers in the media. I understand morbid curiosity, but now you're just making dramas about them. Like a documentary, okay, I get it's educational. It satiates people's morbid curiosity, but um sometimes like writing dramas about them is a bit cringy. ETF FTD for GME was from 6th to the 14th. Expected small run. Small being the operative word, if at all, but we'll see. You know, September didn't have any ETF FTDs, so there's definitely some risk. I can make a lot more money selling the peaks of things like Rev to then buy back the dips, but I get nervous that I'll sell it and it'll keep running or squirt. Please help. I've sold all the peaks of Rev. It's been amazing. Having money in your pocket's better than watching your money bleed away over time. totally agree. This was definitely factual and didn't glorify him. If anything, it highlights how incompetent he was. But the police and judicial system let him go multiple times. I think it highlights how incompetent they were and racist and homophobic. But no, I haven't taken any profits on the upside of the SPY yet. I have stops, but they're pretty far out. I took profit on my puts from the Straddle last night, this morning. Almost all of my out of the money calls on SPX are up now. The 3900s aren't yet, but we'll see. Those may never, honestly. I just closed Wheat Leaps for 65% profit. Needed a win. Fair enough. And congrats. I'm surprised more people haven't been talking about wheat doing it. Because it's been doing it big, you know? Selling CCs for next week on GME with the intention of buying back Wednesday makes sense. Or do you expect a price increase of the market all next week leading into ETF FTDs? It's possible because the market maker's still net negative gamma. So we're super sensitive to increases in the indices right now. Active fund pressure is going to beget market maker pressure. Which you see GME, like the SPX will get like one red candle and GME will get like a bunch of red candles, right? And then we get like one green one and we move up aggressively. And that's because the market maker is buying into the rising price, selling into the falling price. So all price action from the indices right now on GME is accelerated, which makes selling covered calls really, really dangerous because the market is rising. Not because GME's got a lot of potential right now, but the market does. And GME is still exposed to active funds. Even if they internalize a lot of the volume, they can only internalize so much. Now, will they probably try to keep it under 30 until the ETF FTDs? Most likely. But there's still a risk there. And if I'm going to sell, like 1,000 covered calls, the amount of leverage there means that if those go out of the money, that's going to cost me a fuck ton in losses. And I'm selling them for almost nothing, right? So that's why I'm avoiding selling them right now. I might sell like a few, like in my smaller accounts, but nothing. I'm not going to sell like the majority of my covered calls. It pays for me to wait till we have a real run and sell at the top. It massively reduces the potential for risk. SPX looking like it beat 3665 with the next stair step up. Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of negative gamma weight, like put gravity at this price. So I could see us falling back down to 3665 before moving up again as those puts kind of clear out. Hey, Daddy, I've got some CSPs on Rev at 9 expiring today. Given we're bullish on Rev, I'm not getting assigned, right? You're definitely getting assigned. Why did you sell $9 CSPs? Revlon hasn't been $9 in like a month. Can you just roll them? Or are you actually buying the stock at like $5 because of the skew? Get into any fun in the city this weekend? I don't know. I've got this thing I'm invited to. It's like one of my old friends is having, like, he got promoted at his job and he's having like a big party um up in Martha's Vineyard. I don't know if I want to go out there. It's like a hike, or I have to take a helicopter. I have to think about it. And it's gonna be like my whole fucking weekend if I go. You ignored me all week last week when I was talking about it. I know. Dunkstone threatened to shorten my wheat, so I don't say anything, but I'm up 45% on my 23 9Cs. Also, our girlfriend works for a farmer, so insider information. Nice. Pickle, guess I'm buying 700 shares of Rev then. If I sell CCs at 1 for next week, those will be safe too, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, you got a premium, right? What was the premium? You're masking the premium received. If you got $4 of premium, I don't really feel bad for you. What does 500k shares bought or sold mean? And the candlestick does nothing. Could be a straddle coming in, like a big straddle. Could be a big strangle. Just something that equivalently hedged. A delta neutral position. I don't like helicopters. I have no idea how long it takes to get to Martha's Vineyard. I know you can take a helicopter there. Do people in your IRL life say you're apathetic? Yeah. I don't I don't have, well, that's not entirely true. I do have enthusiasm. It's just very only about very specific things. But I am generally without concern or interest. Looking at Fubo hourly chart, the rise and fall decay looks like it's reaching the floor. Accurate? Roughly. I mean, Fubo's really cheap right now. Why would Daddy feel bad for me? Daddy should call me a bad boy, maybe even spank me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jean Claude. All right, that's enough out of you. You're cut off for the day. No more Ko-Fis. Don't take a helicopter. That's how Kobe died, right? I'm definitely not taking the ferry. I don't want to spend 2 hours throwing up. See? Ko-Fi cut you off. That's their new AI technology. Oh, wait, you didn't say anything. Never mind. Should I add T plus 13 to the upstart chart for Reg Show? Yes. From 9-2. Or, well, 9-3, actually. How long before Fubo gets back to $20? 5 to 6 years? As it's going down, you could yell Kobe. Yeah, that would be at least a good way to go out. But no one would know. I'd have to stream it. So I'm gonna go all the way around to fucking Massachusetts? That's like a 5-hour drive. Cat 185, 187 before October earnings. That's awfully bullish. That might be a bit much. Is the straight VIX position only available via options? Yeah. Hmm. I've been being nice, removing all the political jokes, but if they keep going, it's gonna get upgraded to timeouts. Even if they're funny, it's still political. Fair enough, Fluffy. Well, Spy's coming back to that 36.55 level, so let's see what happens. It's the motherfucking California wine mixer at Martha's Vineyard. Your friends are fancy. No, they're egotistical. I mean, he's having a party because his daddy promoted him, right? Like, it's not like he earned it on merit. His dad's just old. That's all that happened. His dad is now old. And instead of, what's even worse is instead of it being a retirement party for his dad, it's a party for his promotion. I sent you some charts for Rev and Upstart FTDs on Discord DM. Oh, thanks. I already have Carl doing those, but I appreciate it, man. Don't diminish your friend's merit of outliving his father. That's a real accomplishment. I mean, his dad's not even dead. I think his dad's like 66. Can't trust those charts to someone with low T. Actually, I feel like I get the most unbiased results when the creator of the chart has low T. Otherwise, you have bullish bias, right? His dad's not dead yet. Haven't you seen that scene in Monty Python the Holy Grail? Fair enough. Who the fuck is questioning my charts? Joe Rowe? Carl may be low T, but he's super high beta. Carl timed him out. Do you know if it's any issue selling a short-term CSP and then immediately rolling the position for a credit? No? I'm confused why you didn't just sell the further strike initially. But yeah, you could do that. I mean, like, there's a big fluctuation in price. Why not? Is Fluffy high Vega? Yeah, he's very sensitive to volatility. What mean when you get a higher high and a lower low midday? I mean, it's still a higher low, especially if it turns around here, right? This is a pretty hard rejection on this 3670. But there's a lot of call volume at that price. Oh, on Fubo? Oh no, not even. Why are you watching the Fubo chart? Fubo's cheap. If you like it, maybe think about getting some. If you don't like it, don't watch it. But watching it intraday is like watching fucking paint dry. Am I gonna have to enact a Fubo above $10 rule? Because that'll be in effect for a long time. I'm trying to sell some CSPs. I'm looking to get $1 more out of the trade. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, it found support at the previous resistance from back here. It's neither bullish or nor bearish. It's kind of just nothing. It looks like Fubo is gonna have a hard time breaking 370, and maybe a hard time falling below 366. Is there a Revlon rule in place? No. Every price change on Revlon's super exciting. When do you think is a possible time period Jimmy can have another substantial run? November OPEX, maybe? October or November? We'll see. They both look kind of interesting. I like November a little bit better right now, but our hedge hasn't flipped positive, and once we're past ETF FTDs, we could see like another big round of shorting. The question is, that big round of shorting gonna last through November? I'll probably get exposure to both. I mentioned yesterday about Upstart ETF FTDs. What does that do? Same time as GMEs. Upstart went on to Reg Show on the 1st. I thought it went on the 2nd. Like, second after close was the first day. Are you sure it was the 1st? I didn't see it on the 1st. Maybe I missed it in the report. The day, I'll make it easier. It's the first day on Reg Show is the day after it's listed. So its first listing, the following day at market open is the first day it's on Reg Show. Was November 3rd's run last year only because of BBBY's buyback announcement? Yes. That was the November, like that big after hours run, and then the run the following morning. That was when BBBY announced their share buyback. I have to go to the vet. I'll figure out the details of the chart it when I get back. Okay. Are you taking JFresh? No, JFresh is quite ill. One of my kitties had blood in their poop. Oh no. Real life problems? Yes, go now, Carl. Don't wait. Don't stay here and talk to us. It's an emergency. No, selling the CC is not a taxable event. Closing a CC is a taxable event. It's probably more helpful to think of it in terms of opening and closing your position. You're taxed when you close. All right. This is going to be stable. 36.44. Man, I would have been much happier with this finding stability at like 36.48, but we'll see what it does here. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta go do something real quick. All right. Little recovery. Fubo fun fact, FaceBank, the company that merged with Fubo prior to its OTC listing in spring 2020, created the hyper-realistic Tupac hologram featured at Coachella in 2012. Oh, cool. I just added a like to the stream so I can virtue signal and make you all feel terrible about not supporting young Turkish Gurk. Thanks, Joe Ro. $240 may be the single most frustrating thing to deal with. Why is that? You recommend a good chair with good spine support? Not this one. You are now subscribed to Friday Fubo Fun Facts. Okay. I hope that works. I love my secret lab chair. That's because you haven't sat in a better chair. It's okay. Well, that was a fun market day. Now everything gets to be down again for another 2 hours. I haven't. Herman Miller? No, I hate Herman Millers. A lot of people love them though, so I know they're a good chair. I just don't like them. The new Secret Labs Leap has or Steelcase Leap has a headrest. I might buy one of those actually. I just have a hard time justifying spending $2,300 on a chair. Dear Jeeves, I asked you, but you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my net zero email at the bottom. I sent a bunch of emails back in 2000. You must not have got them. Thank you, Bendy Shaft. Beautiful Stan message. Maybe try refreshing on Netscape. There's a problem with the 404 error or something. Sometimes I mistype emails when I don't gotta copy and paste them. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest fan. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back just to chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan. This is 4chan. I didn't know you were gonna keep going with it, but beautifully done, Ben. Beautifully done. SPX gonna tap 3620, then MOASS? No, not MOASS. There's still just a shitload of puts. I'm surprised we ran so early in the day. It's kind of bullish that we moved up into that higher range early. Although I will say that this recovery is at a lower level than I would have expected. At least it's at a good level. Like 36, 35 is a fairly good level. What size Herman Miller did you have? It has 3 settings and different back support options. Um, I had the large one. I know it's got different back support options. I think it had the adjustable lumbar one. Um, I didn't like it because it didn't have a headrest. And like generally when I sit in my chair, I sit up, but sometimes I like to like lean back in my chair. And you can't do that in a Herman Miller. It's made to keep you like the Herman Miller chair is made to keep you busy at work, and I hate that. How many hours a day do you spend in that chair? Like 15? I get your point. It's not a bad argument, Corneb. Yeah, I had the Arion, like the big one. Were you expecting downs today because of the JPM collar closing? No. The fact that they finished rolling it yesterday, I was expecting ups today. We've gotten some, but there's still a lot of other short positions on the SPX that are expiring at the end of today. I don't think like we're gonna just like rip to the moon today. But the early test of like near 3,700 is good. If we can recover in a higher range, that's better. I wish there was a place I could go and like test chairs out till I found one I like. What I really need to do is just buy a standing desk. Japan getting antsy with their treasury bonds yet? I mean, they've stabilized the yen a little bit by interjecting themselves into the FX market. The short positions on it are still massive, though. Jesus Christ, Jay West. Well, I'm glad to see you're safe, man. A tree fell on my roof, repaired it myself. House is a disaster. Everyone is safe. Spy to 380? I wish. Geek desk, best standing desks. Thanks. I'll remember that. Oh shit. One more second. BB, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Thank you so much, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
All right. It's me again. Rev volume is outstanding today. I don't even think I've looked at Revlon today. Jesus Christ. You're gonna park your car in Brockton before going to Martha's Vineyard? Those two places are not near each other. I know 60k OI on Rev 35s. I'm well aware of the OI. If for a second I wasn't, 500 people would remind me immediately. Beyond Meat suggests that there is a bed meat and a bath meat. Okay, I can agree with that. Any update to the Rev thesis? Still valid. Yep. Still the same. I mean, nothing's happening on it right now, but that doesn't mean nothing's going to happen on it, right? I'm looking at some October 21 SPX 3800 calls end of day. Enough theta. I mean, as long as you're aware that you're probably not playing them for a test of 3800. Right? Let's go look at the call here. I'm in a good mood. So 3800, you know, your theta decay in this range is pretty rapid, right? So you're really targeting like these moves probably over the next, I mean, I wouldn't even want to hold it as long as the 14th. Right? So really you're targeting like a 3692 to like 3766 range over the next 5 days. But I wouldn't buy it at close, right? It seems much better to buy this contract market open on Monday. Since you are so far out of the money, you don't want to lose that theta because you'll probably be buying it out of the money today. Then you're going to lose theta over the weekend, right? Which drives you further into this like decay range. Or, because you could go up in the amount of theta and that would protect you. But the likelihood of you seeing like 3,800 in the next like 5 trading days is pretty slim. Think about holding my SPX 3640 calls expiring next Wednesday over the weekend. Am I out of my mind? Why didn't you just sell them today when they were in the money? If you have so little theta on them. They're October 5, 3640s. Yeah, you were just up, right? Ugh. I mean, I guess if Monday is really good, you might have a shot. You need it to hit 3688 for break even. I just bought them on that dip. Oh, okay. I mean, you might get an opportunity to sell these today. I wouldn't hold them over the weekend unless they go deep in the money, though. Probably waiting for a better opportunity. We'll see how GME does into close today, though. I might get an opportunity to sell a few. No problem, Lawrence of Alaba. Meme stocks are stressful. They are. Of course, all CCs on anything present some risk. What day would you roll out the rev calls? 45 days after delisting hearing is end of November. Ouchies for the put theta. Yeah, it's really bad for the put theta. I mean, I'm not rolling out my rev calls. They're still like 119 DTE. They're end of January. So they're fine all the way through November. Maybe after November I would consider rolling them. Or simply closing them if they don't hit, right? I have 2 large stock pots of fresh Cajun boiled peanuts going. Would you like me to send you some? While that sounds amazing, I don't have a P.O. box for you to send them to. Bama Girly 1. No, I don't want to have a P.O. box. Give him the streamer OnlyFan house address? Absolutely not. That's how I end up with like the bat on my front porch with a machete. No, I don't want your fan mail. You guys are a bunch of perverts and sycophants. What? Just because we're into those ankles doesn't make us sycophants. A sycophant is a person who acts obsequiously towards someone to gain an advantage. Like Stefan, right? Explaining big words with more big words doesn't help us plebs. An insincere flatterer. Is that better? Yeah, the reality of the situation is you're all just trying to get Pickles picks like a day earlier. Fernium, it's obsequiously, not ube sequious. TQQ, December 16th, $30 calls. If you're willing to take profits on them, they're probably okay. If you expect them to go in the money, you're delusional. Well, maybe not, but a little delusional right now. I spelled those words so badly that spell check didn't even know what I was talking about. Green is my GT2, baby. Let's fucking go. Are you trading on OTC? No. Jesus Christ. I didn't know who Alex Karp is. Sounds like a fish. I'm gonna look it up. The CEO of Palantir. I should have known that. Nah, maybe not. What about him? He went to Haverford. He's not my CEO. I didn't vote for him. I like his hair. Right? If Elon's hair is a flex, this guy's fucking stunting all over everyone. There's no way hair that bad could be a toupee. I will say that picture was pre-Palantir. This is post-Palantir. So now he's going more for like an Einstein look. It helps instill investor confidence. Is that Beaker from the Muppets? He has a doctorate in philosophy for neoclassical social theory from Goethe in Frankfurt. Goat? I don't know how to pronounce it. Goatee? I want to use the soft E-T-H-E. Goethe. Yeah, he was very successful after his grandpa gave him a bunch of money. He also has a JD from Stanford. I have December calls on TQQQ. I'm okay with some volatility, but I want to be protecting against a big downturn. What do you think of a 1919 stop? Oh, I mean, you can't. You try to give me the like contract value you're targeting for your stop. Just use contract value. I don't know what your premium cost. 20%, not enough range on the premium. JD, same as law degree? No, it's just a law degree. A Juris Doctorate? God damn it, DC, I was reading that. Is my IQ very low? 3885. Took a $500 US dollar profit on a test of 3700 on October 4, or 100% profit on a retest of 3740 on October 4th. I mean, you've got plenty of theta on that contract. If you're down on it right now. I don't know if I have anything that high for October 21st, but I have like 3800s for the same date. don't think a test of like 3750 is extreme. Huh. I wonder why nobody has ever used volatility as an indicator of market sentiment. Like, well, let me try to describe that differently. Why has nobody used volatility as an indicator of the intelligence of involved investors? Because I think volatility might be inverse research. So the higher the IV, the less likely people are to manage their positions well or act intelligently. Like, so higher volatility, higher greed. Ooh, I'm gonna make an indicator. Greed indicator? I don't know what I'm gonna call it. But I'm gonna get James Rowland to sell it to people. I'll tell you that much. So much like Wyckoff's theories and Dow are centered around institutions behaving intelligently. But why not an indicator for retail acting like idiots? You know what I mean? Especially on these like low float, illiquid stocks. I feel like it'd be very effective. But we don't have impact on the indices, but we do have impact on these smaller stocks like Fubo and GME. It's hard to track irrationality, as that's the inefficiency in the market, right? The markets aren't efficient, though. I mean, they try to be. They strive for efficiency. Name it the fuck around and find out indicator. I mean, I would argue that the entire run on BBBY was promulgated by retail participation. FAFO? So all institutional money lost between October 11th and 18th on BBBY, and a large part of the money gained by Ryan Cohen, was because of us. Because of retail interest in the stock and the underpricing of calls on an illiquid stock and the inevitable flip of the hedge. How likely is it that we end above 26 on GME today? Looking pretty good as we recover from the midday dip. Although recently the midday dips have led to end of day dips. Why did Ryan Cohen move money from my account to his? Promulgate. No, oh, never mind. I'll stop. Because of you guys. use. This is the high OI for GME 23750C. The same thing that was with the high OI for 950 calls before the split. That's how they hedge volatility. No, I don't have them. I want to buy them on Monday, I think, for a move higher and more volatility. I don't want to hold them more than next Friday. Okay. I think that's I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't know. I would do some work and figure out if that's the best contract for what you're trying to do. It may not be. You may want something a little more delta sensitive, but I could agree with that. Retail enthusiasm towards advanced irrational dividend. Stop acting better than us. You may have 2 more brain cells than me, but that's still only 3. You'll get there one day, Russell, my jimmies. Like, that's got to be why institutions track social media, right? So they can find out where retail's doing the pumping, and then they can just short the top and sell them the volatility. Yeah, but you're not like that funny, Superman. You're not like a funny, mirthful guy. I don't think that's really your role. I think your role is to irritate me by making predictions that are not weighted in a lot of facts. Same as Revlon? No, Revlon doesn't irritate me. I love Revlon. Wish me luck this afternoon at my wedding. I thought it was like oh, it's your full-on wedding? Calls on baby making tonight. No, wear a condom. If you're in here trying to learn finance, you can't afford children. You need to hedge that shit. How do I leverage my body for more 35Cs? Are there any pigeon whales out there with pent-up desires? Oh, yeah. All of them, pretty much. What a liar. You love nothing, Gurk. I love stocks and money. Quite a lot. Speaking of factless predictions, I predict Carl will become a fair and balanced moderator. No. That's true, G rules. Silly rabbit pie is for pores. You know, I haven't had an ice cream sandwich in like 3 weeks. Retail enthusiasm towards acquiring risky dollars. Confirmed cannot afford children. Just found out last week that we're pregnant again. Baby number 2 due in May. Oh, I have so many things I could say there, and I'm not gonna say them. Congratulations. Why not? Are you okay? When's the next Centaur meeting? Full moon. I mean, what? What are you talking about? Lost his ice cream stash in the blackout and wasn't insured. No, I still have it. I still have my ice cream stash. Refrigerators, like the shit in your refrigerator doesn't go bad after, you know, like a brief 2-hour power outage. You just don't open your refrigerator. What strike would be more delta favorable for my trade plan? Something with more delta sensitivity, so higher initial intrinsic value. I don't know. I'm not going to research your trade for you, but I already gave you like a pretty big hint. Has anybody here ever gone to Outback Steakhouse and tried their diarrhea? I mean, food. Those are fighting words in the Midwest. Yeah. I know, I'm just fucking with you, Superman. Relax. If that's where your friend is holding his promotion, is that where your friend is holding his promotion party? No, he's holding it at their house. It's a pretty nice house. I just don't like staying there because his family creeps me out. You haven't lived until you experienced the purest, most natural colon cleanse. It's called a blooming onion, and it can be had at Outback for $9.99. Ugh. Dear God. Rattlesnake bites greater than blooming onion. Texas Roadhouse is so much fucking better than Outback. It's not even a contest. Onions are like 60 cents. Yeah, the profit margin on a battered, dipped, and fried onion is insane. You still feeling bullish about Cat 175s for November? Yes. I'm feeling... How do I feel? I feel very afraid of cat dipping below 165 now that I realized that I bought 100 165s instead of 10. Um, that drop earlier was uncomfortable. It's gonna be okay, right? Yeah. If you're up on those calls, why don't you sell the 90 you didn't mean to buy? Greed. Pure greed and stop losses. More than being afraid of the price dropping, I'm afraid that I won't make enough money on them. Like, I've already bought them. They're up. Why would I sell? Imagine if you could have Red Lobster cheddar biscuits while having a Texas Roadhouse steak with drinks from Chili's. I wonder how many corporate chain restaurants have been created with this same methodology. Today's filthy recession-proof pork pie recipe: Coca Vans, minced rooster livers rolled with baked beans and baked in a pie, topped with toasted potpourri for flavoring, then lightly pressed using a skating shoe for texture. Oh, okay. Also to vent. Don't forget to vent. What's a skating shoe? Like a Heeley? No, breadsticks are disgusting from Olive Garden. We've already got the cheddar biscuits. How much fucking bread do you want at the table? You just described the restaurant known as TGI Fridays. I don't know about that. I'm banned from there. Skate shoe, like Osiris D3. Guys, if you want to be the best at trading, you should probably consider investing in a pair of Osiris D3s. Seriously. Uh nothing can help you focus better than comfortable feet. And what better way to make your feet comfortable than by stuffing them in oversized pillows? Dirk, I want to say how grateful I am that you single-handedly and also accidentally built that 165 support on Cat. Thank you, and my calls, thank you. Thank you so much, Christopher Dixon. It's the ugliest shoe I've ever seen. Seriously, put it on stream. Oh, absolutely. They look like this. Well, this is the pair I have. Yeah, it's just a pillow with laces over the top. Those are toddler. You're a toddler, so they're perfect for you. They come in various colors, though. If you're feeling really edgy, you can get them with flames on them. Like so. Here they are on a child's feet. I can't believe those shoes cost $239. Yeah, well, no, you can get them for like 75 bucks. They also come in my second favorite color, hot pink. If you don't think I'd wear those shoes in public, you don't know me at all. Use code PickleMan for 10% off. Can we talk about how you said you're a centaur and meeting at the full moon under the owl tree? I don't know what you're talking about. Can you run in them? No, they'd fall off your feet. They're just for standing in. That's why they designed them. That's like why they're so great for skateboarding, because when you're skateboarding, you're technically just standing still. Especially if you're going downhill. I'm not a centaur. Okay? They're for sitting in front of a camera shilling 8 hours a day. Exactly. What is your SPX target to take profit on your October 21 calls? I'll probably start taking profits at like 3750, 3700. I got stopped out of the other half of my straddle earlier. So I'm out of everything super short term. I think everything else is for the 14th and 21st. And I have some November 18s also, but that was just a mistake. I can only do heel flips. I can't do kick flips. And I probably can't do heel flips anymore either. But I can teach you how to ollie. So goofy. I could also teach you how to Dougie, but you have to go to the Patreon and sign up for private lessons. Oh, I should reach out to Head and Shoulders for a sponsorship. That'd be a great idea. I could be like, look at how black my shirts are. I'll just tell people that's from your product I don't use. Ooh. Where's my marketing team? Guys. Pretty soon everyone can ollie, but still not know how to straddle an options contract. Rumor has it that when a boy put on his first pair of Osiris shoes, Good Charlotte plays ever so lightly in the background. Ew. See you later, man. Is selling cover calls just a prey on the financially regarded? Not really. But yes. Barkin basically suggesting companies need to be more willing to lay people off. I mean, that's the problem right now, right? Is you have opposing forces there. Demand is very high, so companies need more employees. But in order to reduce demand, we need to reduce employment. You see the problem there? It's kind of it's not a smooth transition, you know? Osiris shoes help with a soft landing. Nice. What's interesting is because corporations are sacrificing profits in order to attract more employees by paying more money, is that, you know, corporations are also setting up people better to deal with inflation. Inflation's great. Let's just keep it, right? Why does everyone have to be so fucking bearish on things costing more? Just switch jobs. Get a different new job. And they'll pay you more money. Boom. Inflation problem solved. Are you campaigning for Fed chair again? Genius? Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Yeah, go back to work, Superman. See, I would love to be the president of the Fed, not for the influence or the spotlight, but so I could go, you know, to dinner with Larry Fink and threaten him with monetary policy changes.
I know it's a weird fantasy, but it's mine. How the turns table. People retire early, workforce understaffed, new inflation cycle, retired people go back to work since they need more money. Problem solved. I mean, that's already happening. My job tried to hire 6 people for a task and only one showed up. Good workers are hard to find. I mean, if you offer enough money, eventually you'll get workers. And the more money you offer, the more likely they are to be good at what they're doing. Because they'll try hard, right? Keep it down with those radical ideas. Never. Bring back the middle class. The kids want Dogecoins, man. Pay them in Dogecoins. There's nothing illegal about paying your employees with Doge. Well, they'll try harder when the threat of that money being removed, especially once they get comfortable. That's the thing is people are too quick to fire, right, Dunstan? You got to get them hooked on it. Like any good drug dealer, you let them sample the product a little bit. Let them taste the not pour for a couple days, you know? This is what companies should do. Pay daily for the first 5 weeks of employment and then switch to weekly pay. You'll see. Yeah. Get him hooked on fancy dinners and shopping at Whole Foods. You think they're going to go back to fucking Aldi after that? No. They're going to do their goddamn job. You're such a master manipulator. I am not. As a former drug dealer, you're speaking the truth. Wait, you're the former drug dealer, right? Yeah, it's encouragement, not manipulation. See what you're missing out on. Week 6, start selling them your covered calls. You mean the employee stock program? I actually have owned a company, and I did have employees. Briefly, I didn't like it. Managing people's annoying. But I sold it to someone else, so. What do you think is the best strategy to get assigned on GME calls? When we spike next, I'm looking to get assigned. Should I just write at the money calls as we spike next run, or should I write deep? I mean, you want IV to spike before you write them, but then you'd write them in the money, short expiration. Do you think it's easier to make money when you play with 50K in options if you sell into small but profitable percentage moves? Yes. Don't lie, you owned the Dans at one point, didn't you? Shame. Just one franchise. Thanks, JC. That's the nicest, second nicest thing you've ever said to me. I'm calling it now. Buffett's gonna buy more Oxy today. I don't know if oil's down enough. I don't think so. I guarantee you if crude makes another leg down to 70-80, will. It's easier to do that when I don't have any position and just reposition at the bottom. You're trading in like a TSFA, right? You're not, so there's no tax obligation? Because if you're not, you may want to consider the tax, like, the short-term tax that, like, problems you're going to run into. I just stabbed myself? Son of a bitch. No, I have a corkscrew, and I'm playing with it, and I stabbed myself with the pointy part. They said Nord Stream will be fixed in a few days. Sounds accurate. No way it will be. And Oxy over 70 with Buffett signing at the front of the ship to me like... Singing at the front of the ship to me like a lady boy I can be on the front of the Titanic. What? The fuck are you talking about? Mr. Poopy Pants. You gotta work on that fucking pitch if you're gonna sell that to your investors, man. That's where I left it. It's a dork screw. My wife and kids just left for the weekend. It's gonna be a good weekend. Is it because you're gonna finally do some cummies? Don't lie, Mr. Poopy Pants. There's other people in here that are married. Dude. What's up, Mr. Flags? You know that's what he's talking about. I don't have a wife and kids. Ban Pi-Fi for that word? That's a great word. Is Warden half centaur? You mean Warden Elite? That's been a long time since I've heard that name. I thought he was a ghost. What do you think about the latest GME FTD data, Girk? I haven't looked at it, Dan. There are centaur ghosts. That's FUD. Is T plus 13 from T0 date or from T plus 2 date? It's from the day. So the day 1 is the day after it is listed on RegShow. And then it's not actually a T plus 13. It's 13 consecutive trading days with day 1 starting the day after. God, I hate lawyers. The initial listing. So if it's listed on 9/2, then 9/3 is the first of 13 days. I owned a like a car leasing service, partially owned. I owned it with someone. He needed an investor, so I bought in with him. And then ended up far more involved in day-to-day operations and running the business than I was initially promised. And thankfully, he bought my share back from me, and I was able to walk away from it. It did okay. Oh, after I left, it did good for like 3 years. Then he sold it to another guy. I don't know how it's doing now. Probably not very well. Were you one of those people that leased rented luxury vehicles and then rented them out again and upcharged people? Sort of. He rented them to like livery drivers. This was before Uber, right? So it was like he rented them out to like independent contractors who ran like car service businesses. But the profit margins were insane. Um Once Uber started up, I was like, your business model is going to go to shit. And he was like, no, it's great. I'll just keep doing what I do. Like, they're not really competition. And I was like, I really want out of this. And then he actually did manage to stay afloat for a couple of years. And then he sold it to some Armenian dude in LA. Sounds like mafia crime. Maybe. Am I crazy or is Snap starting to smell like money again? I don't know. You're just gonna like buy and hold it? Surge from System of a Down bought it. No. No, they don't deliver livers. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Very nice, Carl. I think that's accurate. I'll have to double check it, but I think it's right. Been a while since we've seen the SPY consolidate like this in such a tight range. Is this indicative of a strong move to the upside? I'm liking this broadening wedge. Yes, but it's also indicative that the shorts really don't want to capitulate. Like I said, they have theta on their positions, right? Which makes it harder to get them out. It's like trying to get rid of roaches. Surge should buy a helicopter rental business and call it Aerials in the Sky. That's fucking awesome, Plumber Poopy Hands. Every chance I get, Joe Rowe. If the SPY stagnates between 360 and 70 next week, what's the confidence on the bounce before another major dip? I mean, the longer we stagnate in this range, the higher the confidence for a bounce gets, right? Because puts remain overpriced. So slowly over time, the put positioning weakens, especially the longer it remains flat. Because, like, shorts aren't making any money right now either, right? And to buy more shorts, since the VIX is elevated, costs even more money. The confidence and a bounce before another major dip. Okay, I covered that. So theta, same like roaches. Sure. I mean, they're hanging on for more money, right? But prices aren't dropping more. So their position is stagnated, which encourages them to move out of their position. Before Uber blew up, I met a taxi driver that was an Uber driver, and he was raving about how valuable his taxi plates, medallion were worth. Poor guy didn't even see he was part of his own demise. I mean, Uber's its own. It's got its own issues. You know, Uber's not gonna last, but yeah, put a lot of. I mean, if you think about it, those guys were all like each individually their own small businesses, right? And I put a lot of them out of business, all for the sake of convenience. But I don't think Uber is gonna last long. They're not profitable, right? And a recession, especially one where there's inflation and wages, is really bad for them because their entire model is built upon paying people far less than they spend to run a business on their behalf, right? So without self-driving cars, their business model will collapse. Like if I had like big institutional money, I would short the fuck out of Uber going into a recession. Their entire company is built on just obscene amounts of debt, and it costs them so much money to advertise that they don't really make any profits. So when you build your company on exploitation of labor, you know you really need a backup plan for like wage inflation. Because like you're not going to drive Uber for $8 an hour when you can go work at Wendy's for 15. It's cheaper to take a taxi now in New York. Yeah. Is that options chain on Jimmy getting weaker to the call side? Yes. I mean, we're approaching the quarterly options expiration for GME, the 930 calls, which aren't super stacked, but there's a decent number of options open on it. But yeah, it's Friday, so it's winding down. But those roll off and those positions rebuild the following week. Imagine a world where you don't have a self-driving car. What if we had a computer drive your car? The car connects to the road like a phone would. Okay, I'm done talking to you, Matthew Hodge. Yeah, I mean, cat'll get more contracts, right? I wouldn't say cat is like a natural disaster play, but I'm sure it's beneficial for them. I already shorted Airbnb a lot this year. I think that was one of my more profitable shorts this year. It's still overvalued though. You can still short it. There's more risk in the play now. Remember that people that are financially stable aren't going to want to get rid of their properties for the next few years, and so that could, mean that Airbnb has a better inventory. But they will have to tone down their pricing quite a lot. New York medallions were worth 6 to 7 figures at one point. Yeah, they were. I think they've are like in the middle of like a class action suit against the city to recoup the losses because they allowed, Uber into the city. No one wants to turn off your fucking car carbon based. What are we front running chat on today? Nothing. I accidentally bought 165 cat calls though yesterday, dork. So a lot of my fun money's tied up for a little bit. Thank you for your steadfast commitment to educating others on the financial markets. Just curious, what type of outfit does a dime piece like you wear to a Martha's Vineyard soiree? I was thinking a t-shirt and Eddie Bauer hiking pants. The kind that make noise when you walk. That way I can look like I'm dressed the part and people will be like, "Are those slacks?" But they're not. They're made out of a slightly rougher material. And the noise will just drive people insane all day. And my VWAP hat, of course. I don't leave home without it. No, yesterday was the most boring day in history. Today's way better. Yeah, ironically, like the system for like, so I had to, we didn't rent out any cabs, but like the company that was like next door to where we had our lot was a taxi company in LA. And like the background checks and stuff that cab drivers had to go through and drug testing and stuff like that was all like done through the city's licensing program was super intense. Like they had to have commercial insurance, they had to have criminal background checks, they had to have random drug tests. And then like Uber has none of that. Uber was just like, yeah, this guy signed up on his phone to drive Uber. Just wear a corduroy suit. Too hot. Everyday watcher, rare commenter. How do you look for timing in your cover calls? What strikes are best for Theta Premium? I mean, I try to get as close to the money as I can, but I don't want the market maker's hedge working against my position, which it is right now, and that's why I'm not selling them. I might sell a few today before close, but not many. For like next Friday, I might sell like 50 or 100, but I'm not going to sell like the majority of my covered calls until the market maker hedge flips. It's too much risk. If the price just drives up, like if the index opens up 200 BPS, GME will move up to $30. And I don't want to try to buy back 1,000 covered calls on a $5 move after I sold them. Consider wearing a print-style ruffled dress shirt. Ooh, a blouse? No, this has nothing to do with System of a Down. Jimmy is red today. It's down 0.27%. It's the previous day's closing price, Matthew Huffman, not today's opening price. Is there price slippage as your quantity hits bids? Honestly, it's ideal if I don't have to buy them back. Because yes, you do get slippage if you're trying to buy them back. So ideally, yeah, I don't want to buy them back. I want to let them just move into expiration. Oh, gross. The best way to handle it is to vary your strikes if you do need to buy them back. Like you can't sell them all at one strike. You have to sell them across like a range of strikes. I've never watched or read Berserk. I know what it is, but no, I haven't. A Gherk color, perhaps. You could, yeah. I've thought about doing big collars on GME. I don't think it's worth it, and the liquidity is not there, right? What would your expiration day be then? I mean, if I sell any today, I'm going to sell them for 10.7. Remember, ETF FTDs are 6 days long, but they generally spike on the third and fourth day. They have a very slow lead in. And then they immediately drop. Kind of like that. That's 7 days, but anyway. So, but the spike is usually on the third or fourth day. Which makes sense, right? Because T plus 3. Initially. And T plus 3 is the third or fourth day. It's also like, you know, the initial period is T6, so that's why you have 6 days of build up. Do you have a DD explaining this? Probably. I've written a lot of DD. Just go read all of them. No problem, man. So resell them on the FTD spike for 10.21. Something like that, yeah. What are your thoughts on CRM long term? I like the product, sticky and powerful. Sorry, chat moved. But the price has a ton of growth baked in. It's got one of the higher PEs at $150 billion market cap. I actually hate Salesforce. I think they're losing tons of ground and they have lots of competition. I think far too much price is baked in currently, and they're worth likely significantly less than they are right now. Insiders have been selling it off. And their narrowing margins are going to present a lot of opportunity for their competitors who are cheaper and more efficient. So I wouldn't go long on Salesforce at all. Not for a couple years, year and a half at least. And then see where they bottom, because they're still a long way away from it. I shorted Salesforce from like January through March, early March. It wasn't great, but it went down quite a bit. I wish I'd just bought long-term shorts on it. Would it be really dumb to get at the money SPX calls? It closed today, expiring Monday. Not necessarily really dumb. I'd be more confident in them if we dropped into a lower range. It's probably better to have a little more theta on those, though, so you don't get burned over the weekend so hard. Sorry, Anonymous. I'm just, yeah, I don't like them very much. As someone who's forced to use Salesforce, I freaking hate him. Did you get some sleep? 6 hours over 4 days ain't gonna cut it. Ask for selfish reasons. We need you. A little bit. Let's see, what time did I go to bed at? I don't remember. I was messing around with Carl and JFresh on the Discord pretty late. At some point I fell asleep. And then I woke up at 5 a.m. And I couldn't fall back asleep. And then I read a book for a little bit, and I fell asleep again. I don't know at what time, but then I woke back up at 7. I'm looking at CRM as an option to short for the next leg down, in addition to the SPY. Oh, okay. You sounded way more bullish on it in your initial comment. Carnival Cruise reported 400% worse EPS than estimate, down 20%. Is there any good entry on this debt-ridden stock, or is it a lost cause? I was thinking as low as $6 entry on shares. I don't know. With foreign tourism getting like cheaper and the dollar gaining strength, maybe. But man, do they have a lot of debt? So much debt. What book are you reading? It's called The Westies. It's about the Irish mob in Hell's Kitchen in the late 1970s and early 80s. CMG? Oh, Chipotle? I don't know how Chipotle is gonna do, honestly. Like, I think they're overvalued, but they're doing good. They keep expanding. Their revenue is growing into the end of the year. I would imagine, you know, in the event of a market crash or another big correction, we'll see a lot of downside on it, but those are probably just good opportunities to get in. The company's really well run. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a split in the future. Uh, so even just that alone may be worth buying the stock. But yeah, I think their revenues are doing great, and their margins are probably going to expand in a recession, right? People are going to seek cheaper options for eating out, and that's only going to drive more business to them. Do you have restless hoof syndrome? No, I don't. I shake my leg, but I haven't been like I've been tested and not diagnosed with restless leg syndrome. Like I don't have any numbness or pain. I just do it as like a nervous habit. Yeah, I think they're gonna have a hard time bouncing back too, Anonymous. I think their competition's gonna gain a lot of ground over the next couple years. Book reading? Oh, that's why you hit us with promulgate and obsequiousness. Oh no, I said obsequiously. But yes, anyway. Because of the books? I don't know. The book I'm currently reading isn't really like elevated literature. Restless hoof can be caused by high tea. Yeah, a little bit. Warren Kent. I know what you're. I see it too. Any thoughts on telecom? Looking at TMUS with 14x the PE of T and VZ seems like a good short. I agree. It is. I don't. It's not something I'm really interested in because I don't want to go long short. But I do agree that it's a good short. Although they're also an essential service, so it's it's tough shorting them because they're part utility, right? And utilities are very stable during recessions and depressions. We're nowhere near a depression right now, but yeah, I mean, people are gonna still need phones, and they honestly offer the most budget conscious choices of the three big providers, right? So I think the money is already on that they're gonna do better over the next couple years than AT&T or Verizon. So I'd be worried about, like, you can't buy puts because the time horizon's too long. So you'd have to go short and maybe at a higher, like maybe at like 150 I would short TMUS, but not, I wouldn't short it in its current range. Like what's it at right now? Like 130 something probably. Let me look. 134.97. So yeah, I wouldn't spreads, sure. Offset the theta. You could. Minimal gains, though. I just don't think there's enough value to lose in a short enough period of time. Reports out. I just haven't looked at it. I mean, at this point, I'd be pretty happy with just any FTDs. Let me see what we got going. GME ETF FTDs look really good for 9.2 and only for 9.2. Atomic. Upstart, we already know. GME FTDs on GME itself, very low. 0 on 912. Jesus. It's been a while since I've seen that. Fubo's fails are pretty high. Revlon's fails as a percentage of their float are relatively high on 9.2, 9.6, 9.8, and 9.12. Really high on 9.12. What do you like better right now? Low delta leaps or short dated close in the money for GME? If IV, neither one, but if IV dropped off a little more, low delta leaps. Even with the boredom today, I just bought back CCs for the first time, made 82%. Thanks a bunch, Kirk. Don't listen to the crowd. You're a good teacher. They keep telling me I'm a good teacher, though. So don't do that anymore? I'm confused. I bought some January 13 on Vodafone. It's at COVID lows, and they're in talks of selling some towers to pay off debts and increase shareholder value. Have you heard of this company? I have. I don't know a lot about them, though. That's interesting. I don't have the data early. Being a quarterly options expiration, do you expect any weird after hours activity? I mean, maybe. I just saw the post you made about TA for 926 through 930. It is amazingly accurate. Vodafone is the Verizon for Europe. Oh, okay. Wouldn't those all be smiley faces if hedging? Yes. Yes, overnight straddles are smiley faces every day on the market right now. What do you think about selling 7 DTE or 14 DTEs out of the money SPY puts, banking on a bounce? Gracias. 7 DTE or 14 DTE out of the money puts. Why not like a bull put spread? That seems better. with less potential risk, right? What would I do? Like the 14th? Buy a 356p, sell a like uh what about sell a 382 or 380, buy like a 365. So that's 1,000 credit, and then max for October 14. Ooh, there we go. Man, fucking ETF FTDs through the August period are low as shit. August 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. That's weird. ETF FTDs are really low through the period we want to see them. I don't like it. And they didn't surge up into the beginning of this month either. Higher for like August 4th, but where the fuck does that fall? Hold on. I gotta look at something here. So no real effect there. Interesting. I mean, they don't look like there's a lot of failures. At least not on the ETFs we're looking at. How many, do you know which ETFs we're looking at on this atomic? Like, are we looking at like IJK? IWM? Talk about Jimmy. SPY gonna rip? I don't know. It doesn't look great right now. What's a bull put spread? Oh, how to explain this? A bull put spread's so it's a bullish vertical spread strategy, right? They have a limited reward but also limited risk. It combines a long and a short put, which so it caps the upside, but also caps the downside. So your goal is for the price of the stock to be above the sold put. And it's very almost neutral to changes in volatility. Time decay is really great when it's profitable, but while it's underwater, time decay is bad. It's kind of like how to draw this. So you have like strike A, strike B. So this is the sold put. Bought put. And then your profit curve is like this. But you have capped risk to the downside. And then also your upside is capped as well. Yeah, it's more than sufficient volume for NYSE's minimal listing standards. The minimal listing requirements for NYSE require like 10,000 volume traded average over like a 1 year period, and Rev greatly exceeds that. And we're working, not listening. If Apple double bottoms are soon around 140, like I think yesterday, do you like SPX 0 DTE calls like 3650 for a nice ending to a TGIF? Or 10.5 better holding SPX calls over the weekend, super dumb? Thanks, Garrick, and enjoy your weekend, friend. I don't like 0 DTEs, unless you're going like right at the money. I also really don't like holding them over the weekend. At least not unless you're going to hedge them. We're still above the bottom. Right? Like this is still a higher. This is actually the like the neckline for an inverse head and shoulders. The bottom was at 610. So we'll see what we do in this range. But a double bottom would be another test of 610. A higher bounce would be like an inverse head and shoulders, which would be pretty bullish. This is like almost the third test of this resistance in the last few days. Higher high, though, would indicate that we probably are going to fill a lower or a higher low. It's tough to say how this is going to play out. An uptrend here would be good. Like, it would be really good to see an uptrend to play out like this. Maybe like test 3,700, dip back to like 3,650, and then pull up more. What Vortex data? What are you talking about? I think you have bought, sold, inversed. On what? No, the strike, the B is the sold put. You're selling an in the money put. You're buying an at the money or out of the money put to hedge the downside. So if your position slips, you're hedged down with the long put, and then the short put is the bullish bet. Someone try to correct me on. Get the fuck out of here. I've been writing spreads since you were shoveling your credit card money into Robinhood last year. Just tell me the best way to make a hot dog. Oscar Mayer Frank, plain bun, microwave 15 seconds so it's not too hot. I'm so disgusted I could barely look at him. This is how you feel every day we tell you about our options plays. Not every day. Some are better than others. But that's foul and you should disown him. Tell him to get a frying pan. And if he's gonna eat nitrates, at least make them taste good. Otherwise, all he will get for his brain tumor is a microwaved hot dog, and that's not worth it. I'm probably gonna close the October 21 calls today. Roll them out Monday. You know the same way I hate everything? Stefan loves everything. Me and Stefan's love-hate indices are inverse each other. The more he loves things, the more I realize I hate things that I didn't even hate before. Oh, fuck you, Game Rev. I'll ban you if you talk that way again. I now regret telling you about bullpen spreads. Cat jumped off a hot tin roof. I'm gonna drop to 165. No takebacks? On what? Oh, the bullpen spread? Who was the one who corrected me? Or tried to correct me about that's the guy I want to find. I'm gonna find you. Okay, that's it. Game Rev's banned. It was OG rules. What did you do to him? Oh, you timed him out. Okay, good. The casing was plastic? Why would someone serve you a hot dog in what? Oh God. You know, we can joke about almost anything in here, Tankerific, but we can't joke about eating raw hot dogs. What did Game Rev do? Talked about eating raw hot dogs, like a lot, and described their sliminess in detail. I'm here to learn use Google. What's the first step? Open up Chrome. BlackRock Financing Department. Good afternoon, Mr. Gherkin Al-Assad Francini. Attaches your yearly stipend for costs associated with shilling strategies that the chat is unlikely to pull off. If you would like the stipend to be doubled, please include box spreads in your next segment of Shillery. Take care, BR. All right, guys, let's talk about Jade Lizards, okay? Really not that complicated. A Jade Lizard is a slightly bullish strategy combining an out-of-the-money short put, an out-of-the-money bear call, and well, it's an out-of-the-money short put and an out-of-the-money bear call spread. When done properly, it has no upside risk, and it's best suited for oversold stocks with high implied volatility. What? We're not going to talk about Jade Lizards? So you sell a put, then you buy a call, then you sell a call. You made all that shit up. Jade Lizards are real. You can reverse them too. So instead of having an out of the money bear call spread, you have an out of the money bull put spread. And that strategy has no downside risk. Why weren't you in the Eat the Rich documentary? Larry wouldn't let you out of the NDA or what? They DM'd me on Twitter like 8 months ago, and I just ignored the message because I don't answer messages on Twitter. Who the fuck does? They couldn't even sign up for Dillionaire, and they want me to fuck that. Also, gross. What was it gonna do? Plant a like? I'd have to plant marijuana and then pet it for the camera. I don't have time for that shit. I'm writing DD for those people to copy. Checks my unanswered messages on Twitter. That explains that. Jade Lizard literally can't go tits up. Well, not true, dork. It literally can't go tits down. Jade Lizard, same like boob job. Reverse Jade Lizard. No downside risk. We're, dude, you're one Jade Lizard strategy behind. We're on reverse Jade Lizards. Having capped risk is great. You didn't need to pet them spicy nugs. You could have got yourself a mobile streaming unit van down by the river. That looked cool. I haven't seen it yet. I've only seen snapshots that people have posted. I also will never probably see it. Why weren't you in it, Gaff? Is a better question. Yeah, Paul Nodder, you have not missed MOASS. It's okay. Welcome back, by the way. An inverse? Are you talking about an inverse iron condor, Potato Tom? It's kind of it's like a short iron butterfly, but with like a wider range where it's not profitable, and it has better potential profit. They're good when you expect volatility to go up. But can one eat reverse Jade Lizard raw? Ah, Jesus, you're done. You're really pushing it. New rule. Carl, if you see Game Rev in chat, time him out. Make Rev up, please. Okay, bye. Alright, Popcorn Trader, I'll do my best. Is there anything to be bullish about for GME short term? Not really. Like, how bullish? How bullish do you want to be? Yeah, I signed up for the SF6 beta. I don't think you can stream it, though. Oh, congratulations on your first erection in 10 years, Carl. If you're running around with a popsicle stick taped to your penis again, though, that doesn't count. Jaded iguana. Can you see in my windows? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why wouldn't people sell deep in the money strangles on both sides to farm premium? Because they're not worth much? Like, you're not farming a lot of premium? You can do that, but, I mean... Wait, deep in the money strangles? Like a... short guts? Large moves in the stock price can ruin the profitability of those. Yeah, I mean, they're not great. They're just worse than strangles, usually. Strangles have more liquid options, and they're cheaper because they're out of the money. So, like, there's very, very few instances where a guts is ideal. I mean, if you're doing like what I'm doing, where I'm like straddling the SPX every night, sometimes you end up with those positions because you'll have calls that go in the money, and then you're buying the puts. But like, I don't see why you'd want to. They have unlimited loss, you know that, right? Unless you're selling a covered call, which makes the even worse strategy. And limited profit potential. Because you could just do short strangles, and you can do more of them. So you get greater leverage and better maximum realized profit. Yeah, no problem, man. Game Raw Hot Dog. Good job, Carl. Thanks for catching him. SPY about to tank another 8 to 10 EMA rejection on the 5. We'll see. You think we'll hit our low from yesterday? Maybe. No problem, dude. What's up, all gaming? I feel bullish. Me too, but not for the rest of today. Well, maybe after like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock, we might have some more bullishness. Am I watching this shit on the 1 minute? Looks exactly like the 15-minute. Okay. Can we make up our own 6-legged option strategy? We can call it the Jade Gherkin or Iron Pickle. I don't have 6 legs. I have 2 legs. Like any other human being. And not Centaur. I just got filled for a rev call and an uptick. Bullish? Short term, yeah. September 1st through 16th FTDs. Can the Russian stuff over the weekend? What Russian stuff over the weekend? You think there's going to be Russian stuff? I also sent you the Fubo spreadsheet. It's everything you'd expect it to be. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that it has any days with fail to volume ratios above 0%. You gonna load the flotilla at the close on SPX? I mean, I'm buying puts at close. Ukraine applying for NATO. Russia not being happy. Well, if they didn't want Ukraine to apply for NATO, they probably shouldn't have attacked them. Right? Seems like the reverse psychology thing didn't play out the way they wanted it to. Ban dork? Never. How are you managing your straddles on the SPX? Close off the winning leg and hope for chop so the losing leg becomes profitable? Yep. It's beautiful, Stonk Lover. So far, works every time. But I'm getting the impression you're unfazed in your thoughts on market ups for next week. Yeah. Russia doing shit isn't going to make puts cheaper. Puts are overpriced. No one wants to buy them. They cost too much money. Also, the VIX is still kind of calm right now. High, but calming down. You actually slaughtered me, Popcorn Trader. Me and my damn overpriced face. Pretty short DT on the SPX, right? No? What do you think about selling CSPs on companies who are trading at book? And if a company's trading at its book value, it means it doesn't make a lot of money. That doesn't seem like a company I'd want to own a lot of. What company are you thinking about, Spurt McGirt? Because the choice on companies seems very important there. I'm generally bearish on the market. Me too. But the best point I think you've made about ups to come in the short term is the fact that we're just going sideways here. We should have broken down. We're almost in the green part of the olive, OG rules. And as we all know, puts capitulate in the green part of the olive. Uh, it's just how it works, you know? In fact, we're rapidly approaching the green part of the olive. What the fuck? See, we've almost left the pimento, and we're now on that weird bit of the olive's edge that's kind of flaky and makes you question if you should eat olives out of a jar. But yeah, you know, this is the zone in which puts give up. This is the most accurate olive analysis that you can find anywhere. Puts don't eat the olive flesh. They only eat the pimento. Oh, because it's on a trend line. Like a thick watermelon? I don't like that analogy. Who do you think I was thinking of when I made this Velvet Jupiter? Olives are a type of pickle. Looks like J-Fresh's butthole. Is it green again? Man, we've got to get him to the doctor. How did Jimmy November 30s look to you right now? Kind of like cheap swing trade contracts in my eyes. They're not terrible. They are cheap. Stop. Fucking Stefan. Thank you, Carl. The most tragic thing to happen to GME was the split. I actually hate how it's changed the movement and how it likely led to lower odds of OPEXing. Yeah, but don't worry, there's always another one. Carl's quick on the timeout trigger today. I like it. What's up, Popcorn Trader? I'm doing alright, man. I pay Carl by whispering things about Tesla into his ear. I say things like, "You're gonna lose all your money." Or, "Said not to do that anymore." And that just fucking really gets him going. See, it pays to be a moderator. Was the olive discussed in the members chat I missed Sunday or today? No. Or maybe. The olive may have been featured in the members stream. I can't remember. Next OPEX, will you do the entire stream while whispering? I'm thinking the next time we have like an OPEX run, I am simply going to not say anything the entire time. I'm just going to start the stream, do whatever I'm going to do for the day, and then end it at the end of the day. But I'm not going to say anything until after we've peaked from Gamma Max. Bullish, right? I do my best, Carl. She's not easy to she's not hard to satisfy because you've disappointed her so much. So it's you know, you've set the bar extremely low. Like so low that a tiny horse could hurdle it in a single bound. I would never say something like that. It smells like updog. I wouldn't want to ruin your confidence. High five, Carl. Are you setting up on the DTE for the after hours and straddles? For the straddles, I've been getting like 14 DTE. on the long side and 5 DTE on the short side. It's kind of my sweet spot that I like. Credit Suisse CEO tells staff in a memo, I trust you are not confusing our day-to-day stock price performance with the strong capital base and liquidity positions of the bank. Seems okay. Yeah, it does. All his staff is selling their stock, so good for him. He's not going to go to jail, but one of them is. He's just trying to see who responds to the memo. That's the scapegoat. Seems like no point in selling CCs on GME today. And yet, I'm going to sell a few. I think I'm going to sell 58 of them. Ew. Gross. Oh shit, I hit my monitor. Not cool. I'm flustered. I need a breer. You'll be okay, Carl. Don't worry. Just relax, man. I know it seems like a lot right now, but once you get into the flow of it, it won't be so bad. Do you think this is a good entry for UWMC? No. Do you think that we'll start to reap the benefits of the rate hikes? Also, no. You really shouldn't eat raw cashews. Ever. What's up, Lugs? What about walnuts? I don't know. Probably most uncooked nuts are bad. Hey, Gurk. I just wanted to use this month's chat membership to give Carl some tea-related medical advice. Your tea is all being shunted to the beard to maintain its beardiness. Use that how you will. Why are you telling him? Why bad? Cashews. Well, the cashew, like fruit, which surrounds the nut. Although it's technically like a seed. It has like anacardic acid, cardinal, and phenolic lipids. So it's kind of like poison ivy. Some people are really allergic to it. But when they process them raw, those compounds can get onto the cashews themselves. Raw almonds have cyanide. There's like a few reasons not to eat raw nuts. Not everything needs to be raw, especially your nuts. If your nuts are raw, see a roaster or a dermatologist. I know cashews are seeds. It's pronounced almond. 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 If you had almond orchards, you wouldn't be in here, plumber poopy hands. You also wouldn't be a plumber. You know marshmallow comes from plants? Yeah, but not the ones you eat. There's like a marshmallow plant, but the things you eat in your like hot cocoa are just sugar, water, and gelatin whipped up. Carl, you're going down a dark path right now. Remember, when you're getting tag teamed by quants, it's because they care about you. They could have picked someone else. Ooh, snap. Exit your puts? I exited my puts this morning already. I was never invited to tag team Carl with the quads. Just slide into his DMs. I'm an almond farmer. The family started producing these nuts in the 70s. I think I would know how to pronounce the name of the nut. I disagree. Shots fired. Thank you very much for helping me avoid 0DT SPX calls. You could have just said losing my money. You're a good dude, Senor Pepino. Thank you, Subway Cup. Serious questions. Do almonds have teats? Because almond milk. Yes, they're very small and hard to milk. That's why it's so expensive. I'm a plumber by choice until that trust money rolls in. That makes no sense. Why would you just not do anything until the trust money rolls in? I knew it. BRB. I had to tell my wife she was fucking wrong. Nice. It's the biggest waste of water to make almond milk. Yeah. I have to work to basically earn it. You know, the fact that you put earn it in quotes makes me now believe you. I'm sorry that you have to live in Huntington Beach, Jesus fucking Christ. Of all the places in the world I wouldn't want to live, Huntington Beach is in the top 3. It's like a biker gang, a bunch of teenage skateboarders, and all of their girlfriends decided to move into one town and set up shop. What are the other two? Oh, the Midwest and Canada. Redondo Beach is way more better. I saw Avatar re-release over the weekend. Went out of my way to go to a Regal instead. My hope is AA felt the pain as I rolled on by and flipped off his crumbling company. No, he just he just doubled his money, right? He's killing it. Adam Aaron's actually doing great. It's his investors that are hurting. I mean, yeah, I want a hefty bag full of almonds. I didn't skip Philly. Mike sells CCs. If I had $1 for every time you had to repeat yourself and then finally have chat go, oh, now I get it, I'd be a millionaire. You know, as someone who has $1 for every time that happens, it's not a million yet. Jersey's also in the Midwest. Hey, pal, I passed my first exam for Canadian securities certification. Watching your stream was way more effective than reading the chapter on derivatives. That's awesome, G-Fount. Congratulations, dude. Are you gonna work for a big hedge fund in Canada? Like Quest Trade? I don't, do they have another one? Bank of Canada? You hiring? Not right now. If I can make a recommendation though, um, private equity is way more fun and like less time consuming. You just gotta talk to old people about their investments all day. It's great. And then they invite you to parties and introduce you to their grandchildren. Almond farmer joke. Almonds on the tree, almonds off the tree, because you shake the L out of them. Ha! Thoughts on Scrapple? That's not a nice way to talk about President Biden's penis. Wow, that one was way too deep. I don't think people are gonna get it. Nah. Over my head. Scrapple is a type of sausage from Delaware. Is I gonna dump hard now? It's looking like it, yeah. I've been to Delaware and I'm still not convinced it's real. Yeah, I can understand that. Was it the lack of things there or was it all the sex stores? The lack of things. Oh yeah. It doesn't have a lot of those either. When you're in Delaware, it's hard to believe that there's water anywhere near it, right? And then they have beaches, which is shocking. Here's something that's always gotten me. People who are like, I'm gonna go to Delaware for vacation. We're moving back into the pimento a little bit. I'm 3 for 3 on my recent straddles. Nice, Girk's publicist. Congratulations, dude. It's real. I've heard people say it. Yeah, I've also never met anyone from Delaware. You, sir, are an affront to Pennsylvania. You pronounce Susquehanna wrong, and you think Scrapple was invented by the Delawareans. Unforgivable. Is that what they're called? You don't know how to pronounce fucking Susquehanna. You're not Native American. Delawareans? Joe Biden's from Delaware. Is he, though? Are we sure about that? It's pronounced Sacagawea. Thanks again for showing the way and explaining the basics hundreds of times. 100% ROI in 6 weeks on wheat and closing out at the peak today. Celebratory Jack and Cokes tonight. Fuck yeah, Expert Pog. Congratulations, man. No, Joe Biden is from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Like everyone else in Delaware. Good time to load up on TQQQ calls. It's a good time for me to average down my TQQQ calls. You ever stop and think? No? I don't have time for that. Why do you need to stop to think, Popcorn Trader? Scranton, PA is the capital of Delaware. What? No, it's not. The capital of Delaware is... What is it called? It's that awful city. Well, it's not really a city, but it calls itself a city. Is it Dover? Wilmington? I think it's Dover. I don't think... Yeah, Wilmington doesn't sound right. It's Dover. Dork show and tell time? Oh, what do you got, Dork? I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't look exciting. I like the chart, but I don't like what it's telling me. It does look better. Ugh. Oh, the spy bounced. You know, everything's just caught in the same loop. I could just put the spy on full screen, and we don't even need to watch anything else. Steve L from Counting here. Is this where we gherk in a circle until Squarte? Am I in the right place? Welcome aboard, Steve. Works for me. This is the market times 4, though. People will just tell us when something rips 13 cents. It's true. Oh, Popcorn Trader did a TA thing. Interesting. Why isn't that cropped? There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Has anybody else discussed Maryland straddling the Chesapeake? Thanks. I haven't traded in a while. Yeah, but spot on analysis. Take the assignment on Fubo 4P and start flipping CCs or roll. Didn't you sell it because you wanted to be assigned? I don't know what Natty Bow is. It's the drink of choice for Baltimoreans. I've heard the Baltimore accent before, and it's hard to listen to. Did you run FTD numbers on Nerve today? No, but I'm sure we could check them out. Just so you know, when you were showing the capitulation pimento, Olive, I sent a witty message, but it was on my work chat, so things got awkward quick. Oh, well, I missed it. Thanks for not repeating it. I wouldn't want to put you in a weird position twice in one day. We got data on SPX. We'll gobble up your premium. Is someone trying to buy 0 DTs over the weekend again? Straddle, Spy, SPX. Just make sure you have Theta if you do. I will say that the best days this week are the days where both sides of the straddle prints. And the worst days this week are the days where only one side prints. The best part of the possible upcoming bounce would be that all of the days where the long side of the straddle didn't print, those calls will then print. Not gonna lie, FTDs on Rev seem extremely disappointing. I mean, so does the volume on Rev, right? If you had $3 for every Ko-Fi that was sent to you, you'd be rich. No. I mean, it's always kind of been catalyst or bust. Popcorn trader. We do need catalysts. Straddles converted into long call positions. Can happen cause theta. Yes. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing all week, is I've just left the long legs open and closed out the short sides. Some of the days I've closed out both, but most days the long leg stays open. You were pretty lax with your risk on the leg you kept open. I think most people would sell the dead leg for whatever they could get. Pro move. I've also been buying extra theta on the long legs, NW. How confident have you been in the long leg? Really? I'm pretty confident. Some of them started to go green today. That Rev can compound FTDs without a catalyst. Yeah, but not without volume. The fail rate for the volume that we had is still really high, but we need volume. And they're doing quite a bit to not generate any volume on Revlon right now. But there's enough like built-in catalysts with Revlon, with the delisting hearing and the bankruptcy hearing coming up, that I don't think we have to worry about volume coming back. Back to CERN puts? Oh, Jesus. I've been buying them for 1014 and 1021. Depending on how high up we were when I placed the straddle. And then I've been buying the puts like 5 DTE. Because right now the downside is more aggressive, so I don't need as much theta. But then when it starts to flip, I can just leave the long calls kind of floating. Right? So like, I'll try to show you guys on this. Like, you know, you set your straddle and then you close the, like, well, that's a bad example. This doesn't have, that's annoying. Hold on. Let me see if I can mark the end of days. I'll just do it on SPY, so I have the after hours, so I can show you guys. So you like set your straddle at close, right? And then, you know, you close this one, you close the long leg. And then your short leg has to stay open, right? That was the only awful day, actually. The rest of them are better here. So you set your straddle, and then you close your short leg, close your long leg, right? And then you reopen your straddle at the end of the next day. But the cool thing is if you buy enough theta and you expect the market to bounce, you know, you can just leave your long leg open, right? So you can like set it and then leave the long leg open, close the short leg, and then, you know, open another one and just keep leaving the long legs open, which is kind of what I've been doing this week. So I have strikes at like 3650, 3670, 3680, 3700, 3750. Yeah, the downside's really aggressive, and so it's been pretty easy to open, like, close the downside every day and just leave the long side of the leg open. you're paying a bit more upfront in premium for the contracts, but you also get to just, you get them for free after the opposite leg prints, right? A major implication if SPY closes below the June low? I don't think so. It's not super likely to, but I don't think it's like a major implication. You should probably remind people that if they can't handle covered calls, Straddles will eat them up. Yeah, I mean, if you can't handle covered calls, you really shouldn't be trading any options, right? But that was trading view. 7 DTE too short for Straddles. I mean, as long as you're just overnight, then that's fine. I need an SPX run into close. What are the odds? And technically right now, like, we look okay for a bounce, but we could just chop into close. Because there's no buy side strength currently. And we kind of talked about shorts exercising at the end of the day today, like a lot of the put positions. So I would have liked to have seen a higher low, but a lower low is okay too. Maybe the market will just stay horrible forever. Yeah, that's possible. Do you see SPY puts selling off through next week? I think more aggressively. Right. We move further into the olive and away from the capitulation pimento. Big Gorg, I'm going to Thailand in a month. I think the US dollar is going to stay strong as fuck. We'll see. Like, we're going to see foreign holders of treasuries shed them, right? So, the dollar is going to have to give some ground because it's too strong. Like, that's not going to last for a long period. What's the dollar at now? It already lost some ground yesterday. Actually the last few days. So we're pretty far down from the like high at like 114. We'll see how much we claw back, but the pound's moving back up a little bit. Euro's down more, but the yen's gaining some ground too. So, and China's supposed to be, I think they directed their banks to start shedding dollars as well. What should I name my Wi-Fi router? It needs to be good as all of my neighbors will see it. Mine's called Moderna 5G. But I don't have any good ideas for yours. Name it Yell Penis for Password. Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. Wi-Fizer. Wu-Tang Lan. Everyone asks Wi-Fi, but no one asks How-Fi. Hashtag spy puts. FBI surveillance van number 3. Yell penis for password. Man, you guys have spent a lot of time thinking these up. My Wi-Fi is Xfinity Home. Oh god. I named mine I Touch Myself, password like a boss. Tech support was super helpful. Hertz win IP. Please change your Wi-Fi name, as we don't need anyone scanning Ohio to locate Moderna 5G. Bought GME at 500. just change your Wi-Fi password to buy hold DRS. My building's my building's made out of brick. Dude, like I can't get fucking Wi-Fi in my bedroom. No one's scanning my fucking router from in front of my building. You're boring, bipolar bear. Spice it up. So Carl times him out. No, I haven't. Who's putting their Wi-Fi router in a Faraday cage? How do I tell JFresh I'm outside his house with chicky noodle souple for his tum-tum? Just yell, here, kitty, kitty. I keep my router in a lead box so the internet doesn't escape. Nice. Never been timed out before in a YouTube chat. Here you go, man. Remember when you said Ader was a piece of shit at $3? Yeah. What's it at now? 2? Oh, damn. God. Who bought put leaps? Remember when we made money buying puts on Ader? While everyone was still in here screaming about the squeeze? Fuck those people. Fuck everyone who makes up bullish shit about stocks. I hate that. Are you bullish on GME? Yeah. So all of StockTwits? Yeah, fuck all of them. Do you do futures here? I mean, I do them in after hours. How do I trade pasts? If you find out, DM me. You can get bonds and reap yields from previous mistakes. What's it called if you buy more calls than puts on a straddle? It's kind of just lopsided positioning. Should work more, watch the stream, or just play video games. If you can't do all three of those things at once, your job's too hard. You think by changing your name, I'm not going to time you out, Game Scrapple. Unusual Dolphins are making an ETF that tracks Congress. That's basically trading pasts in the present. You know they don't generally disclose their positions till they're about to close them, right? They have like an insane amount of time to declare what they're trading. And then by the time they declare it, they're either out of the position or about to exit the position. And they frequently don't file the like required paperwork in time either, because there's no punishment for them not doing it, right? Looking for a career change that pays 500K a year and less work. Any ideas? Oh, Dave, of the Pigeon Whale Daves. You're not going to make 500K a year not doing any work. I believe you, it's a real thing. I'd like to lodge a protest. Okay, noted. No, I still haven't sold any GMECCs. I'm going to sell some at close. I should probably start selling them now, actually. Did the SPX just freeze? What the fuck is going on here? God, this market's the worst. Oops. Hmm. That's not even worth it. Gimme. You got it, Woodlorf. Are you full porting Revlon? No. Congratulations, Buckled Up Jen. Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. What kind of calls do you have for Upstart? Oh, that reminds me. I'm supposed to close those today. November 30 and 35, November 18th, 30 and 35, December 40s and Jan 50s. Who cares, Stefan? How much do you need, Popcorn Trader? How many goats can you offer as collateral? More importantly. When options exercise, does that affect price action in the 15-minute after hour window? It can. Well, I'm officially 1.8 million in debt. Oh, you're fucked. You don't have nearly enough goats. Pecan orchard. Interesting. I've been thinking about investing in Big Nut. How many acres of pecan trees? And talk to me about your water rights. Is 11/18/50C a decent IV play on Upstart? Why not buy further out? They're not that expensive. GME October 28, $50. Good. I mean, they're great if you want to lose your money. Full access to spring water. I'll send an appraiser down. Do you want to be paid in covered calls or cash? And are you up to date on your protection payments to the local cartel? I'm not going to assume your cartel debt. SPX puts being sold short to retail traders before long puts are sold in mass. Oh, dork. You're learning. Retail here, hold these. That would be like asking if the mafia cared about middle of nowhere Nebraska. Fair enough. Wouldn't bear market end? Oh, 20, like mid 2023 to early 2024, maybe? At best. I was expecting some up price into close of the put sell off. Do you mind explaining what you think is going on with price action on the SPY right now? We may still get some upside into close, but not a lot. Most of those puts are going to be exercised. They're in the money. They're not like out of the money and closing out, right? Most of the out of the money puts are gone already. They're in the money. And SPX is cash settled. So they just exercise them. You just exercise them and get the cash. Yeah, I trade options on minis. Are they any good? I mean, it's a wild ride. But yeah, you can make good money on them. Well, I think what happens is into the end of this year, beginning of next year, we start to see forward guidance pulled back, right? Um, and we'll start to see equity sell-offs. And that's going to lead to like the low point for the market, right? Once we start getting large scale equity sell-offs from big banks and stuff, then I think the Fed's going to start to roll down the like the on RRP rate. So banks have to go out to the market with their liquidity and start buying up equities. And then I think into the latter part of the year, like moving into 2024, the Fed's going to start to pull back the rate hikes on inflation, core inflation starting to drop off. That'll be around the same time that the housing market bottoms. Summer, end of summer next year. We'll see how it goes. But that's how I would affect a soft landing, if you will. How do you think those large sell-offs impact GME and Revlon? I'm not probably going to own Revlon at that point. I mean, it'll be bad for GME's price. Exercising of the puts, it'll cause the MMs to drop hedges on Monday and Tuesday. So basically, this next bear rally happens and then pain for a couple months. I think we rally into the next Fed rate hike, which will be aggressive also, right? Like we get a little rally, not as big as the last one, but a little rally into the rate hike. Some dwindling earnings from like Fang and big mega caps. And then the Fed hikes rates again. We start to move down. Q4 comes around, we get even shittier earnings. Fed hikes rates again, and we start to get equity sell-offs because projections are down and banks want to sell at the top. And then that'll start to drive down demand and inflation. We get mass layoffs, housing market comes down, inflation starts to slow. Then the Fed pulls back the on RRP, forcing banks into the market to buy equities, and that'll probably be around, this is really rough at this point, but around Q2 of next year. By Q3, I think the Fed will start to roll back rate hikes, and that'll start to bring equity prices back up. And they'll roll them back slow enough so as not to stimulate more growth in inflation or a turnaround in inflation, which would be really bad. So they'll really make sure inflation is reversing before they start to pull back those rate hikes. Does Cat normally construct bottoms for this long? I'm watching it on the 1 hour interval. It's had a few that last like a week or so, I think. I know back in was it like September last year? It traded in a really low range for like almost a month, like into October, I think, before it started to like really move up. The rest of them, like 6-7 days. So I don't think this is unusually long. From 100K, there's now 95 GME to borrow at 10%. Clip this? Okay. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Have a great weekend too, man. That prediction could be way off with a month's more data. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's still really rough, right? Obviously, I would refine that prediction over time. But that's the structure of it, at least. Of course, the situation's fluid. I mean, it sets us up for some really great opportunities if it follows that structure to some degree, right? Because you can look to go fairly short across everything from, end of Q3 through Q4 this year. You can start planning for equity sell-offs in Q1 of next year, and then start looking to buy bottoms in, Q2, Q3, Q4, and trying to find value in the market. I think the opportunities are really good if even if it just loosely follows that structure. I'm fucking stoked. If they don't find a way to deflate, the forex market will be in full-blown debt crisis real soon. Not real soon, but in like a couple quarters, sure. I mean, I still think like BOJ is at least 2 months out from selling off any treasuries. The political ramifications are like a serious issue for them, and they're not gonna fuck with their foreign aid in order to like help the yen a bit, right? They won't do it till they have to. So you can expect that to drag on to the very last minute. Britain's already doing QE to offset the loss in the pound. EU needs to do something. China's already having their bank central or their main banks sell off dollars. So there's already steps actively being taken to deflate the dollar, um, which gives the Fed even more room to raise rates, right? Not really front running, but I'm curious what kind of things you were looking into when we reach the bottom. Efficient companies. Efficient companies that are underrepresented in their market sector with low debt. Companies that'll be able to take advantage of the pullback in the Fed rates into the end of next year and into 2024. Thanks, Paul. Have a good weekend, man. Not all small cap, mid cap too. Hold on, I need to set up a straddle for Monday. GME is a mid cap with low debt. I wonder why I still own it. Strangle? What's up, Builder Bob? Thanks, man. Have a good weekend, dude. What's your expiration for the Apple 150s? Ironically, November 18th, but I have October 14th 155s. Which, unless the market turns around hard on Monday, I'm cutting. 145s and 145s look better. So I'll probably cut them and buy some 145s if I have opportunity. Just waiting for the knife to hit the floor before I pick it up with tongs. That's fair. I mean, there's some value already. Some things have had all the value driven out of them, but not a lot. Is there a good chance stocks like Apple and Disney will make lower lows than in June? It's possible. I think the color rule is done. The question is, are the dead legs all shed yet? And that I don't think is fully happened. Like the previous color, I don't think it's fully closed out. So there's some stragglers there. We'll see, you know, come Monday, obviously. Once we get the OI update for today, we'll have a better outlook. Just gotta play it day by day. Will holiday shopping from late November through December cause a rise in SPX? It could, yeah. It'll be better for the Russell 2K than it will be for SPX, but I mean, the effect will be felt market-wide. Generally, like, consumer confidence picking up into the holiday season is kind of bullish. In that case, we still wouldn't have seen ups until Monday, right? Yeah, from the rest of the collar being closed, yeah. Although we did have some nice ups this morning. What does the dead leg not selling off yet mean? It means JPM can still have a shitload of 3580 puts open. Story time. My neighbor as a kid always liked to poo in the woods. His dad busted him and would make him pick it up. He continued to do this in high school and would pay someone $5 to pick it up for him. I made $25 a week. Happy Friday. What about the other 2 days of the week? Did he pick it up himself? Fucking Kendra. Are you picking up more calls on this drop? If it lasts through Monday. I mean, I just bought a straddle at 36. Or, well, I strangled at 36 and 35.90. Not technically a straddle. I'm going to hold that through the weekend. If it opens low Monday, I'll probably pick up like 3,600 calls. Because it's super liquid. It's a nice strike. This is the 14th anniversary of 2008. Closing low here today equals perfect storm to scare retail, then run stocks for the next 2 weeks. Then we get to be suspicious of the upside the entire time it happens. Cabo GME, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
Is it meaningful to you that GME volume has been one of the lowest we've seen in a really long time? And market-wide volume is lower than it's been in a really long time. And it's, you know, a lack of participation more than anything. GME options volume is extremely low compared to historical. I don't think it's something that's singularly affecting GameStop. How low do you think QQQ can go? It's gotta be like kind of fucking close already, right? Yeah, I mean it's right at its like October 2020 resistance. I guess the downside would be like 260. No ETF obligations from the split now. I don't think so. Fuck it, YOLO. We must sacrifice 2 Dans. Why the fuck is the VIX going sideways? I mean, that's one of the things I'm more bullish on, is the lack of the rise in VIX. Yeah, VIX barely bumped up into close today. Fuck, you know, I should have bought more VIX puts tonight. Ah, whatever. I have enough. Is your price range for Rev when it pops changing with the dropping like it is? No. XRT fails on A30 and A31 were pretty high, as well as 9-2. Decent. I mean, not that high, but yeah, there's some. Cheers, Pete. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the market on Monday. A lot of puts closing out tonight, so should be good. We're almost out of the pimento. Here, we can take a look at it. Where is it? We're almost into the orange zone, and we haven't fallen out of the bottom yet. Although, we are very close to the bottom. What? They exercise them. They're cash settled. The fuck are you talking about? What does the chart mean? This is our short capitulation olive. As it gets more and more green, shorts are more and more likely to capitulate. This is the expiration for the most of the in the money. Well, today, and then also here. So you hit the orange spot at the first big put expiration, and then the second big put expiration on October 21st. I mean, I said yesterday, it'd be nice if we hit the bottom resistance and bounce, like, just filled it in. Because it would just cause more people to close their puts. Not critical olive. capitulation, Olive. You mean just a different take on the critical margin line? Well, no, because the critical margin line is fake, and theta is very, very real. Secret Olive DD? I said QQQ's near its resistance from 2020. I didn't say it's near the bottom. It's near a local bottom. If you want to see where the QQQ is, I don't know who this fucking new guy is, but he's kind of a troll. We're right at resistance at 267.22 from October 2020. The next resistance to the downside, I mean, really at like 262.82. Meow, whoever the fuck that is. Greg W, welcome to Cornichon, man. Alright, guys, I'm heading out. I will see, well, some of you Sunday for the member stream. The rest of you, I'll see you guys Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everyone. See ya.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.